We are now live.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Santa Rosa City School Board of Education meeting for August 25th, 2021. Meeting's now open.
And I'm going to start with our territorial land acknowledgement. And I am honored tonight to have a respected colleague of mine, Dr. Brenda Flies-with-Hawks, that we're promoting to panelist right now with us tonight. And as she is coming over, she's going to do the territorial land acknowledgement tonight, but I'm going to give you all a little bio on her because she is amazing, outstanding human being. And I'm so excited she's here with us tonight. So Dr. Flies-with-Hawks is a citizen of the Sagali Eastern Cherokee Nation, Qualla Boundary Reservation, Cherokee, North Carolina, and currently makes her home in Santa Rosa on the territorial land of the Southern Pomo people. She is a Bird Clan by birth and is a traditional dancer, singer, drummer, and storyteller. Dr. Flies-with-Hawks adheres to her traditional Sagali teachings and believes that all Native people are in a coming home process, a coming home to their traditional way of life. Dr. Flies-with-Hawks is a professor of psychology and past department chair of the Behavioral Sciences Department at Santa Rosa Junior College. She retired in December 2019 and is currently serving as a part-time professor and past president of the Academic Senate. Dr. Flies-with-Hawks is also a cultural bearer, water protector, and environmental cultural educator working to bridge Western and traditional science. She serves on the Native Advisory Council at Pepperwood Preserve and is currently partnering with a team of local Western wildfire biologists and scientists to educate and assist in the rethinking of wildfire, science, and climate through an Indigenous lens. She reminds us that we come from the land and works daily to educate all on how to be in relationship and better stewards of the land we inhabit. And with that, it is my true honor to introduce to you Dr. Flies-with-Hawks.
Thank you very much, Jill. Good evening, everyone. To recognize the land is an expression of gratitude and appreciation to those whose territory we reside on, and a way of honoring Indigenous people who have been living and working on the land from time immemorial. Acknowledging the land is an Indigenous practice and protocol. It is a simple, powerful way of showing respect and offers a step toward correcting the stories and practices that erase Indigenous people's history and culture toward inviting and honoring the truth. Therefore, tonight, we respectfully acknowledge that we gather in Santa Rosa on the stolen territorial traditional land of the Southern Pomo people and the Miwok and Wapo people in Sonoma County, past and present, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls all of us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Flies-with-Hawks.
Thank you.
And now we are going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And would you please all unmute yourselves and say it together with us in community? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Justice for all. Thank you, everyone. At this time in our meeting, I'd like to take a moment of silence. It's with a heavy heart that I share with you sad news that our assistant cross-country coach at Montgomery High School, Brian Bradley, passed away yesterday. Suddenly, unexpectedly. And we thank him for his dedication to our students. And we grieve with all who know him, his family, his friends, his students, his athletes, his fellow coaches, Montgomery High School, and his community. So let's take a moment of silence for that, please. Brian Bradley. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to offer a grounding for us tonight as we start our meeting. As always, we are thankful to be here and to be entrusted with the important work of public education. The board and all staff of Santa Rosa City Schools will always strive to do their very best. And in the past several years, in light of a very different environment. It takes the kind of efficacy that we endeavor to instill in our students. It is the board's high expectations that we all do their very best to rise to this need. And reverting to the status quo in these difficult times and these different times will not be the answer. We move forward always asking in every instance, what best serves our students and those who serve them? And that is an overarching smack right here on my forehead as we move forward in making policy for this school district. We're moving on to item C3 right now. That's the report of actions taken in closed session, and we did unanimously pass. It was 0-6. Case number OAH 2021-070715. So that passed. It was approved by the board. There are no items considered in closed session for action in open session. Board members, are there any statements of abstention tonight? Seeing none, we are now going to be asking for adjustments to the agenda. And I am going to start off with that. I'm going to pull item F10. We'll pull that aside for a little chat. Any other board members? Director Manieri.
I'd also like to pull F11, President.
Thank you. Am I missing any hands? And to the moderator, do we have any anyone in the public who'd like to address any of the consent items? We'll pull it for that.
Thank you. So if there are any members of the public who would like to speak on one of the F items, the consent items at the end of the meeting, please raise your hand now so that we know to pull that item. We've already pulled F10 and F11. If there are any other F items that someone would like to speak on from the public, please raise your hand now. President Fong, there are no hands raised.
All right, thank you so much. We're on C7 right now. It's public comment on non-agenda items. It's an opportunity for members of the public to speak to the board on non-agenda items. Comments on items that are on the agenda will take place during the discussion on that agenda item. And members of the public may address the board on matters within the subject matter of its jurisdiction. And the board will take no action on anything that is said or respond. And we're going to offer you 3 minutes on the public comment tonight for that. But during our items on the agenda for discussion, those will be at 2 minutes.
All right, so members of the public who'd like to comment on items that are not on the agenda, please raise your hand at this time. And just as a reminder, the return to in-person learning for fall 2021 is on the agenda. So we would wait for hands for that topic. And it looks like Linus Lancaster would like to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for allowing me time to speak on a non-agenda item tonight. So my name is Linus Lancaster. I have a junior in the ArtQuest dance program. I was active in the ArtQuest dance boosters prior to COVID. I'm also an arts educator in Sonoma County, and I would like to express my concern about the slump that ArtQuest seems to be going into and the apparent lack of response on the part of administration. When Ms. Woods left several weeks before school, neither students nor parents were ever notified about the situation. And as ArtQuest parents, we would like to think of ourselves as a family, but we can't work that way if we have no idea what's going on at school. Furthermore, it's a wasted opportunity. Our students come from families of dancers with amateurs, professionals, teachers. There are any number of people who would have come forward as volunteers who could have been in the class with a credentialed sub. Instead, what we're hearing is that the school couldn't even find sub coverage, and there were days when the students were in the room alone. It wasn't until yesterday that an administrator even bothered to go in and address the students. To this day, there's been no outreach to families. It sends a pretty clear message to students in their minds that admin is unconcerned about their well-being and that of their program. We know you're engaged in the hiring process, but what we want to know is what you're going to do tomorrow to support our students and begin rectifying this situation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And next public comment on a non-agenda item is Karen Wagner.
Hi, good evening. This is Karen. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I've been a special ed assistant in the county of Sonoma for 24 years and going on 18 with Santa Rosa City Schools. So I've spoken on this before, but I would like to encourage the public and anybody who has a heart for working with special education with the students to apply, because we really do need you. It's a very rewarding position. It gives you meaning and purpose in life, and the students will certainly appreciate having more help. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And this is the last call for public comment on a non-agenda item. Please raise your hand. Micah Carlin Goldberg will be our last comment.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Micah Carlin Goldberg, 6th grade teacher at Steel Lane Elementary. I am deeply concerned by the number of special ed instructional assistants that still have not been hired for the classrooms that are on our campus. It is proving to be a health and safety issue, and I really hope that the school district and the board will take steps to hire enough instructional assistants to be able to fully staff all of the special ed classrooms in our district that need them. I expect that will require a pay raise for that position, considering the people that we call in sometimes to fill in pay $2 an hour more than we do. So they are being underpaid well enough that are far enough underpaid that we cannot fill those positions. So it is not safe for our students to not have instructional assistants in our special ed classes. So please take care of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Fong, there are no more hands raised.
Thank you to everyone who took the time to make comments to us tonight. We are moving on to D part of our agenda, reports. And first up is the president of CSEA, Chapter 75 report.
If the president for CSEA is present, could you please raise your hand at this time? President Fong, I do not believe we will have a report for CSEA this evening.
Thank you. We're moving on to item D2, which is the Santa Rosa Teachers Association SRTA report.
And I do have Ms. Catherine Howell present, and she is on her way over.
Sorry about that. A little bit of technical difficulty there. Good evening, everybody. President Fong, Superintendent Trinnell, thanks for being patient with me, members of the board. I'm Catherine Howell. I'm president of the Santa Rosa Teachers Association, and I represent about 900 educators in Santa Rosa City Schools. We're here today having just finished our 10th day of school. In many ways, this has a very familiar feel to it. And, educators and students are settling into the school year, getting to know each other, getting used to teaching and learning styles. But in most ways, this is a very, very different year. The joy of learning is really being tempered by anxiety, worry, and stress. The Delta variant is on everyone's mind. The rate of positive COVID cases in Sonoma County is high enough that it would place us in the purple tier if we were still keeping track that way. Yet our classrooms are packed, no social distancing required or needed, I guess, and the safety of the students and the adults who work with them is seriously in question. We're trying to function with the knowledge that dozens of students are staying home sick every day. Some teachers have called it a revolving classroom door. There's a 20% or higher absentee rate at some schools. Contact tracing seems to be negligent at best and non-existent at worst. The numbers are high, but we don't know how high because the notifications that I'm receiving, that our teachers are receiving, don't seem to match the number of kids that are at home. Contact tracing is hit and miss, and it seems to be shockingly incomplete. Teachers are not being asked for seating charts or group lists or being asked, who did this student work with today in the room? Elementary teachers, middle school teachers who spend more than an hour a day with students are being told that they were not close contact, which seems to directly contradict the definition of close contact. Elementary PE and music teachers were left off the notification list. Substitute teachers are not being notified of cases in classrooms they may have been substituting in. And honestly, it seems like a lot of the site admins are making their own rules because depending on who you talk to and which site you work at, the protocols seem to be different. And there doesn't seem to be a cohesive mitigation plan that teachers can turn to and look at and say, this is what's supposed to be happening, and this is how it's supposed to happen. We did have some good news in the last couple of days. We're really happy to see that planning is started for student and staff testing. And SRTA is prepared to do what we can to help with the process. We really want schools to stay open, and they need to be safe. They need to be safe for our students. They need to be safe for every adult who works in them. We need this rigorous testing. We need written, clear, consistent, universal process that is the same for every school in the district. We need tracing, we need reporting, and we need some changes or things are going to get worse. We're all worried right now about what happens when the weather changes, the rain hopefully starts. The smoke hopefully doesn't affect the poor air quality, but something's going to force us to close our classroom doors and windows. And what's going to happen then when our ventilation is cut off and our students are still in the room? We need support, we need guidance. This is difficult to navigate, and our teachers feel like they are alone in this without guidance. So thanks for letting me give that report tonight, and thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. We're moving on to item D3, Superintendent Trinnell, your report.
Good evening. Thank you, Board President Fong, members of the board and the community. As President Howell just mentioned, today marks day 10 of school. While I've been out at school sites, I've been able to see students excited and happy to be back on campus. And I see teachers and staff that are ready to make the start of school a positive experience. I have taken pause on where we are this year in terms of continuing to experience COVID in our community. We as a district have taken many steps to continue providing safety measures to ensure that our students and staff are in a safe environment to learn and work. Guidance from the county and state continues to evolve, and we continue to follow suit with updating our practices and protocols. However, we do have more work to do to tighten our efforts. As such, I reorganized this week our support team specifically for COVID-19 measures and increased our lines of communication to ensure that our staff receive timely responses as well as our families. I truly believe that responsiveness is important. So I want everyone to hear and know that it is our priority. We appreciate working with our labor groups and everyone involved in this process to make things better and to have a system that is clear and works. I do believe communication is very important and appreciate how we can work together when productive communication happens. I invite our families to connect with their child's teacher when there are questions and concerns, also with site administration and with me. I invite our staff to connect with their direct supervisor and also with me when there are questions and concerns. In addition, I want to hear what is going well in our district, as I know we have many good things happening that we should recognize. Speaking of celebrating, this morning we had the honor to celebrate our Deputy Superintendent, Rick Edson, as he was presented with a CFO of the Year award from the North Bay Business Journal. We congratulate Mr. Edson on this very well-deserved accomplishment. I have more to share later on in the board meeting, so I will stop here and simply say I look forward to the many ways we celebrate the work of our students and our staff this year. Thank you, Board President Fong.
Thank you. My report is very brief, and I just want to thank everyone who's taken the time to write to the board and communicate with us about how things are. It's mostly been what's going on, we don't know, things aren't working, this, that, and the other, and we are, some of us, we're not experienced, some of us are parents and we are experiencing it that way, some of us are not. And I haven't personally gone to the schools yet just because of COVID and trying to get things going on, but we want to know, and please know that Superintendent Trunnell is being as responsive as she possibly can. So many moving parts. And like I've said before, you've heard me say this before over and over again, that we are doing this together, that we are walking together, we are making this path together because it is a changing landscape. And so we need everybody's help. And I thank everyone because when you do write to us and you do talk to us, you are so helpful and you are so with heart. And you're always at the end of your rope, and we totally understand that no one has been just, really rude to us or anything. I really appreciate that because I really feel that we are doing this together. We need to hear those stories where we think something is going, where we think policy is going, or where Superintendent Trunnell thinks that something is going well and something is falling through the cracks. The devil's in, the details. We need to keep hearing this. So I really appreciate Superintendent Trunnell about the communication piece, that we need to keep hearing from people. So we're in the same boat. Again, congratulations to Deputy Superintendent Rick Edson. This is a very competitive award from the North Bay Journal, Business Journal, and fully deserved it. I think it was really great to see you give your video speech on the online thing today. One of these days we'll get back together on those things. Congratulations on that. And I just want to give a shout out to Hidden Valley because the first grade class during the summer, and I'm going to say the kids, the first grader's first name only, his name is Declan. Declan is telling us about access to the playground, and they wrote letters to me. And I think they also wrote letters to Clerk Flores as well. And the letters of first grade letters are just so precious. I'm going to keep them forever. But they're talking about accessibility for everybody on the playground. First graders are advocating for themselves. I just love it. Everybody gets to advocate. You can advocate for each other, you can advocate for yourselves, but this is how we get better as a system. So thank you to Hidden Valley and to, I think it's Mrs. Maida George, I think is her name, the teacher. So good job. Board member reports. We'll start with trustee Sheffield.
I'll be really brief. 2 weeks back, I believe it was, President Fong, Director De La Cruz, Superintendent Trunell, and some of the DO folks met with SRPD Chief Navarro, his staff, and Santa Rosa Mayor Chris Rogers to discuss our annulled school resource officer program and next steps moving forward. And today, Chief Navarro presented to people in the business community, and in the discussion, he talked about the elimination of the program, but he also affirmed the continued relationship that we'll have with the department. And he also reinforced his commitment to keeping our kids and our campuses safe during, before, and after school hours. And I just want to take a moment because I know it doesn't happen that much lately in the climate that we live in, that we just acknowledge and appreciate the work that that our police force, SRPD, does in keeping our communities safe. So I just want to take a moment to give a shout out to Chief Navarro. I know that morale can be really low, and he talked about morale being low, but I just wanted to take a moment and appreciate the work that he's done, the continued relationship that we've had, the school district has had, our school community has had with our police department folks. So that's it. Thank you, Chief.
Ditto, echo. Thank you. Other board member reports tonight. I'm missing your hand, just say so. Okay, Director De La Cruz.
I just want to announce an exciting opportunity for community members to participate in being part of determining where some significant amount of the $76 million that County of Sonoma has from the federal government with regards to the American Rescue Plan Act. And this piece of legislation is really cool. It's a very equity-minded piece of legislation and acknowledges the disproportionate burden that communities of color and low-income folks have shouldered during this pandemic. And this money is directed to making sure that there is a just recovery from this pandemic. I know it's hard to imagine that when we're in the middle of another spike, but there is a light here, and there's an important opportunity for us to figure out how to make sure that community is in the middle of that decision-making process. So there is an application out for community members to participate in something called the ARPA Equity Work Group to assist the county and advise the county on how to spend this money. And so I really wanted to reach out to the school community with folks who are equity-minded, who bring important wisdom and knowledge from their lived experiences through this pandemic to join us in this effort. So for more information, feel free to go to the county's website and search ARPA, A-R-P-A, for more information about this effort. Thanks.
Thank you. Other reports for the board? Okay, see no hands. All right, thank you. We have no CSBA report tonight. The CSBA delegate is not here with us tonight. So we are moving right on to E items, discussion, action items, and we're going to start with a discussion E1, return to in-person learning fall 2021. Superintendent Trunell.
Thank you and good evening again. Tonight we will bring you the latest information as we continue to support the return to in-person learning. I think that we can agree that there's great excitement that we are back in person and that we have our students with us in person, ready to learn 5 days a week. We are working with the county and state representatives regarding safety guidelines and updates to legislation, as well as looking at what more we can do as a district above those measures to ensure we are keeping our eye on the safety of our staff and our students. You may have received a communication today for staff, that would have been yesterday, with a series of information related to how we're continuing to have our eye on COVID mitigation and safety measures in our district. I'm going to actually share my screen and show you the communication that went out today to our families. You would have received this through Parent Square. There's a brief video for me. I won't play that now. But what we are trying to continue to emphasize here is how we are keeping up with any new developments, and also, again, thinking forward about how we tighten our practices. So starting with, and can I get a pulse check? Does this need to be bigger? Do I need to make it a bit bigger? Okay. Let's see if I can do that.
Superintendent Trudell, you're actually sharing your board agenda and not the letter that was sent home.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I will try again. Here it is. Thank you for that. Okay, now can you see it? Okay. I'm not able to make it larger, so I apologize for that. It seems my computer will not allow me to do that right now, but I will go through the information. So starting with outdoor mask updates. As you know, we've been following the guidance around masking outdoors being optional. The county recently, in conjunction with the Sonoma County Department of Health Services, is transitioning from optional to strongly recommend face coverings outdoors. And so we too, starting tomorrow, Thursday the 26th, we will be strongly recommending that face masks and face coverings be worn outdoors. I do want to emphasize that if a student chooses not to wear a mask outdoors, there will be no punitive consequences. In addition, students who are participating in PE classes may choose not to wear a mask, especially when engaging in rigorous outdoor activities. Surveillance testing. We are looking to begin surveillance testing of all students starting the week of September 13th. The number of days per week we are still working on, but we are looking at weekly surveillance testing. What surveillance testing means is that students who do not have any COVID symptoms will be tested so that we can try and catch cases early and prevent potential spread at schools. A schedule will be created. Those schedules will be communicated in advance. There will be some work on the part of our families to assist in getting our students registered and ready for the data reading process of the testing procedures. Students and families may also choose to get tested outside of school in place of our district testing, but will be required to present that negative test result. We are currently offering voluntary weekly asymptomatic testing for students and staff. That means that you're not presenting any symptoms. Right now that's being offered, and I'm going to pull up the flyer, although in the letter to our community, it is available in English and in Spanish. So this particular flyer, if it will open, shows, and I hope that you're seeing the flyer right now. Weekly voluntary free testing is occurring every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. It does require pre-registration in order to do that. And so we have the links here for folks so that you can sign up for that prior to coming in for testing. If for some reason you're not able to do that, we will give you the opportunity to register while you are with us at the district office. Back to the communication, we also have that flyer in Spanish. As far as COVID-19 response protocols, we do have a flow chart that demonstrates based on scenario, and I'll open that, the ways that we are reacting and supporting when there is a positive COVID case, when there is the sign of symptoms, and when there is close contact. As I mentioned before, we have more work to do. And we are willing to do it, and we are working with our teams to ensure that we are tightening up these measures. So contact tracing. The process for contact tracing is that it starts at the school site. Contact tracing is for anyone who has been in close contact, meaning 6 feet or less for at least 15 minutes within a 24-hour period. When a person is confirmed positive for COVID-19, based on a report by a student, parent, or employee, the designated contact tracer for the school site or department is to follow up on the same day that the report was made. And if the contact tracer is not available, a backup person is designated to do the follow-up. Contact tracer reports are provided to our COVID support team with the names and other information of those who were considered in close contact. And then the COVID support team notifies the individuals who were considered to be in close contact. We do have isolation tents at all of our schools. In communication with other superintendents in the area, many of them chose to do away with isolation tents. We chose to continue utilizing isolation tents so that there would be a clear space for us to provide support to a student who is in need. And I want to articulate that isolation tents are utilized for students only. Any adults who are suspected of having symptoms are to leave the work site. There is a designated person or people to oversee the isolation tent process and procedures. When a student is suspected of having symptoms, they are escorted to the on-site isolation tent. While in the isolation tent, there is a tracking log that is completed for the student, documenting symptoms exhibited and other pertinent information. The parent is contacted to come and get the student immediately, and if a parent cannot be reached, an emergency contact is called. After the student has been discharged from the isolation tent, the tent is sanitized and the site custodian is contacted to disinfect the tent and area. There are a variety of notifications that happen, and I know that we've received questions from time to time about, I've received this notification, but I heard that someone else received a different notification. So I would like to just briefly go over those notifications now. First, if a student has been in the isolation tent, they're provided with information about how to manage symptoms at home. I'm going to click on that now. So they're provided with 10 things you can do to manage your COVID symptoms at home. We have this in Spanish and in English. There's also what's called a notice of potential exposure to COVID-19 that is sent out to an entire work site or school. And this message is sent to anyone associated with a school site or workplace that there has been a confirmed positive case of COVID-19 at your location, but you are not a close contact. There is an additional notification for those who are considered to have been in close contact. And this message is sent when you've been identified as a potential close contact of someone who has a confirmed positive case of COVID-19. You will be asked to monitor your symptoms. You'll be required to test twice a week as you remain at your work setting. Our maintenance and operations department has updated our cleaning and disinfecting protocols. I will highlight those now. For cleaning, there are several measures that go into our cleaning process for routine cleaning, and especially for high-touch surfaces, as well as disinfecting, which includes if there is someone who is suspected to have symptoms of COVID-19. Per an order by the California Department of Public Health, we will begin the data collection process of our workers to gather their vaccination status. And that would be all employees as well as volunteers. We will be starting that on Monday, and we will be collecting data through September 24. Per the Sonoma County Public Health Department, they are superseding the recommended date from the state of October 15 to have this data collected by the Sonoma County Public Health Department is saying effective September 24, 2021. So by September 24, 2021, we are expected to collect all worker vaccination status data. And if a person is either choosing not to divulge their vaccination status, or whether they do share that they are choosing to be unvaccinated, weekly testing will begin for them soon after we conclude our data collection. Overnight field trips, in case people were wondering, we are not allowing those right now. There have been sports and other activities at times by this time of year where that might be appropriate. We are not allowing it at this time, and we are waiting for additional guidance from CDPH. We've received new guidance from CDPH, on August 18th, that we, starting September 20th, large indoor events that have 1,000 people or more must provide proof of vaccination or a negative COVID-19 test from within the prior 72 hours. We will be working with any of our school sites in the event that they do have such a large number of individuals coming indoors. So far, we don't believe so, but we will continue to work with our sites in the event that this does occur. Large outdoor events, we are actually awaiting more guidance from the CDPH regarding large outdoor events, which includes sporting events. So right now, given the recent masking guidance, we will be strongly recommending that masks be worn outdoors by spectators while at a large event. And in addition, we continue to encourage social distancing of spectators as much as possible. We continue to monitor our air quality index with recent wildfires and smoke. We are certainly paying attention to that. There is information here on how we do that. We also have information on our website as to the air quality indicators and the types of activities that we start to monitor and make changes to in the event that air quality becomes worse. We also provide additional resources in both Spanish and English that are connected to county vaccination clinics, as well as testing and tracing information. I'm going to stop here, and I'm going to transition to our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Mike Shepard, for some additional updates.
Thank you. I would just like to add that we are continuing to onboard substitutes, and we're continuing to onboard employees, both administration and teaching staff. And we're very busy in that work, and we're continuing to do that. I'd like to turn it over to Steve Mazzara, Executive Director, if you have any other updates about the COVID or return to school plan.
No, I think the only thing I'd add to what Superintendent Chernell was discussing is once the letter goes out, we're recreating our springtime COVID website plan. And so we had a whole number of things in safety and links and things up there. We're going to be reissuing a form of our dashboard to make sure we're indicating where our cases are, the ones we have to report to public health. So we'll be doing a number of things just in terms of the transparency and the ability for parents and staff, families and staff, to get information on these things, FAQs, et cetera. So we'll be bringing those out by the end of the week as well. Thank you.
Anything further from Assistant Super? Thank you, Mr. Mazzara. And Mr. Shepherd, anything further from HR?
Just to add that we are continuing to work with our labor partners to implement these new guidelines, and we're working together to make that happen. So thank you, Superintendent Trunnell.
Thank you. And with that, I will transition it over to Deputy Superintendent Edson. Oh, sorry, I should read. I will now transition it over to Dr. Armstrong for Education Services.
Thank you, Superintendent Trunnell. Because we believe in our priority of life learners and capturing attendance and enrollment is extremely important to us. We believe in our programs, we believe in our services. Because I have a few numbers to share, I think it's easier if I share my screen. I put it on a slide just because I think it's easier to browse. So give me 1 second while I load that in, just to go over a few different numbers. I'm going to start off with enrollments. And as you see right next to it in bold are the projections for the 2021-2022 school year. And this is active students as of August 24th. As you know, it's important that we capture moments in time because it is always shifting and always changing. I mean, as you browse at the numbers, it's pretty clear to see that there is a decline at several sites, and we are actively working with the leadership teams at the sites. All of them are calling families and engaging in conversation to encourage and bring students back to campus. Many times what they're finding, what they're reporting, is that they're students who have relocated out of the state, out of the country, moved out of the area, or have just chose other options. I also want to note that the enrollment numbers include independent study. So students who are attached to a specific site are coded as independent study, and so they would be reflected in the numbers as currently enrolled. And I'll just pause there for a second so that you can look across the sites and see the numbers. I think just to say for FYI purposes, if there's no bold, that means that there's no projection for 21-22, which is pretty standard for charter schools. Okay. The next thing that I wanted to touch on is per the collective bargaining agreement in Article 14, we are definitely focused in on class size. And just a reminder, Kinder Academy through 3rd grade, that class size reduction is 24-1. 4th through 6th grade, 32-1. And then 7 through 12, we know that there's a 165 per teaching day for a teacher, excluding PE, and then 185 with PE, and plus there's class sizes within individual periods. And I didn't list all of that, just a nod towards Article 14 to say that we are active in conversations with sites in terms of who's showing up, what are the class sizes looking like, and then over the next several days, we're going to continue to support sites in adjusting their sections or classrooms as necessary. I mean, to where not only where we need to be with class size, but also making sure that our active enrollment numbers are the students who are showing up every day or have an excused absence. The third slide that I wanted to show, more numbers, AB 104, retention, grade changes, and exemption. Just to note that there were 679 grade change requests, and those will be completed by August 30th. And you can see the numbers per the high school sites. It only apply to high school credit-bearing classes, so only high schools are reflected. Also part of AB 104 is retention. And so retention conferences are happening. There's very few. I don't have a number to report right now, but there's very few happening. And it's happening at the local level. So we're not handling it as a district function. So families are meeting at their school sites and engaging in conversations with site leadership on if they qualify for a retention placement for a student. And just a reminder to the board and to the community is that's repeating the grade level from last year. And then the last part of AB 104 was the exemption, more so around the reduction of credits and creating a graduation plan to fit for our rising seniors, so last year's 11th graders, and then super seniors, those who were 12th graders last year, but were not able to complete the graduation requirement. And so what that has triggered is an individualized graduation plan version 2.0. And we are in the process of being in conversation with school counselors and other team members who were part of the first rendition so that we can collect the appropriate feedback and build a plan that is definitely more robust. There are definitely some changes. And I know in the next board meeting, we will be talking about summer and the individualized graduation plan so we can share more information should it be finalized by then. And then the last thing that I wanted to talk about was AB 130, independent study. So as of today, we had 333 families, or I should say students, since there are some families who have multiple students enrolled in independent study. But if you look across the document, you're able to see that spread across the site, the grade levels. So from Kinder Academy through 6th grade, we're at about 99 students. It's a slower trend up than our secondary sites. Middle school has been somewhat flat, but definitely high school we're seeing an increase in that number. And we're predicting that the independent study number could potentially reach upwards of 375 to 400. And let me stop the share. And so for independent study, our students are engaged in learning activities, and we are working to have our courses up and going with our Santa Rosa teachers. We are actively in conversation with the Santa Rosa Teachers Association, and we're hoping to be at a place where we can finalize those discussions and move forward with our independent study with our teachers involved. Right now, we have our directors and coordinators, and I applaud them. And they have been leaning into this work to get us going so that we would have students engaged in learning since the middle of August. And they are holding those classes and doing the synchronized instruction and actively checking in to make sure that students are engaged in learning. So I just want to publicly thank and acknowledge all of those members. And that is all I have for back to school. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. And now I will turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Edson.
Thank you, Superintendent Trudell, members of the board and the community, and teachers and staff joining us tonight. A couple of quick updates in a couple of different areas, starting with facilities. Excuse me. We are continuing to monitor and maintain sites. Under any year, we would have typical issues requiring immediate attention with HVAC or other mechanical devices on campus. We are trying to be proactive with monitoring of those devices and responding as quickly as we can when issues arise. Unfortunately, some are not a really quick fix, but we are trying to do everything as fast as we can to ensure that HVAC units are operable and working. Along those lines, with the protocols that Superintendent Trunnell shared earlier around cleaning and disinfecting, we are also evaluating how we are monitoring that for all classrooms throughout the district, working with maintenance and operation, our M&O management team, including custodial managers, are taking another look at how we're evaluating classrooms on a daily or nightly basis throughout the district, taking into account the nearly 900 classrooms on 24 campuses across the district to ensure that that work is being done. Another point that was made earlier about isolation tents. Right now, we are working through M&O and purchasing, replacing some of those tents. When we originally bought these tents last spring, we did not anticipate them being used indefinitely. So we are looking at replacing some for just structural sensitivity, if you will, as those tents are going up and down daily. We want to make sure that they're available for as long as we need them. Moving on to technology. Last year was, a remarkable year in terms of technology adoption and use, and that has continued on back in our classrooms this year. We have been troubleshooting and refining network operations through these first couple of weeks with a couple of known issues that have been escalated through our equipment manufacturer as known bugs. We're doing a lot of workarounds right now to ensure internet and network services are available as needed at the school sites. We're also working on integration of applications. Right now we have approximately 50 district-wide applications in different stages of full integration, including rostering. But it is a high priority moving forward as we are into the school year. And that really ties into where we're at with the implementation of ARES, which I'll talk about in a moment. We're also working on device upgrades, still working with distribution of devices to students as part of that upgrade process, and getting ready to distribute new technologies to our staff and teachers in the classroom. Moving into ARES, we are at a better place than we were a couple of weeks ago. If you recall, members of the board, we had that down period as the transition from Illuminate to ARES happened, and then a couple of weeks right before school to try and get everything operable for rostering and attendance, as well as parent access. At this point, all parents should have received notification and information on how to access the parent portal for ARES. If they have not received that information, I would ask that parents contact their school site, and the front office will be able to reset that service so they will gain access to the ARES system. I'd also like to note, if it is a family or guardian with multiple students and have not received notification for any student, contacting one of your students' school sites should be enough to fix the issue for all of the students in your household. With where we're at with the ARES implementation, in terms of the necessary steps, new features and functions will be rolling out for parent access, as well as additional information that will be able to be gained by accessing the ARES parent portal. Information on that will be coming out as it's completed over the course of the next several weeks. With going on to food services or child nutrition services, As a reminder, all students have the opportunity to eat for free in 21-22. I'm happy to report that we are seeing an all-time high in terms of students taking meals on a daily basis, both at the secondary level and a huge increase in participation with students in elementary school, including the breakfast after the bell program that we've put in for those meals. I will take this opportunity also as a reminder to please fill out the meal application or the income survey. Although meals are free, the information provided through those two forms open up opportunities for additional funding for our school sites and classrooms. The survey income is 2 questions that can be completed that would give us the information necessary to use that data for purposes of funding. One last one that I did not put on the agenda, but I know is of interest to some board members, is busing. We are still working with West County Transportation, seemingly on a daily basis. There are still a couple of issues with a few routes and making sure that kids are routed properly, both for general education and special services. We're aware of those. I will also say that West County has a significant shortage of drivers right now that they're dealing with an all hands on deck over there, including the executive director driving both morning and afternoon right now to make sure that we can transport as many kids in our district as well as the other member districts of the JPA. We will continue to meet with them. There will be some revisions potentially to some bus routes based on ridership, either lack of ridership or because there was more students than expected needing busing from certain bus stops or certain areas. And we'll continue to work with them starting as early as tomorrow. We have a meeting and continuing on until we iron out some of our earlier busing issues that we're experiencing. With that, I will turn it back over to Superintendent Trunell.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the team for the reporting. As the community and board, as you can see, this work takes many hands. And I just want to recognize everyone who is doing their part and working together to make all of this work. I would be remiss, and I absolutely want to take an extra moment to thank our interpreters. They have been working extremely hard to support us, especially with last-minute requests for translation as we get new information and need to keep our community, our staff, and our board informed of latest developments. They have been at the ready morning, noon, and night, as well as weekends to get it done. And so I just want to make sure I mention how eternally grateful we are to that team and to my communications coordinator, Beth Burke, for being a partner in how we continue to communicate all of these efforts. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Board President Fong.
Superintendent Trunell, would you be able to name those interpreters?
I would actually ask if Dan could, is Dan not here tonight?
He is.
Oh, okay. If Dan is able to. I know we have a number of interpreters that we who support us.
Mary, are you available to interpret at the moment?
Board President Fong, I will make sure that you have the names and we will make sure that we mention them at the next meeting. There is an extensive list.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate their work. Board members, this is a discussion item and this is time for clarifying questions on this item, and then we will take public comment and then we will come back for board discussion. Any clarifying questions? Director De La Cruz and then Director Flores.
Thank you. So just starting my questions with a lot of gratitude for your flexibility, your creativity, your quick action in the face of a very quickly changing regulatory and a variant that is just changing every day. So my questions are really around testing resources that are available in schools. And I wanted to understand if there's the possibility when a child is pulled out of class and put into isolation because they are symptomatic, is there resources on site to be able to test that child before they go home so that we can really shrink the time that that kid is out of school and out of class, and learning loss is deepening and happening with every second that our kids are out of class. So I'd just love to know if there's any possibility of testing kids who are placed in isolation on campus before they're brought home.
We are looking, of course, in the surveillance testing, if students are connected and loaded into the system, then we have that service available. But that currently service is a 2-day turnaround service. We are looking at the rapid response and trying to get enough of those tests. Talking to the state agency today, there is a shortage right now of many of those rapid response tests. So it could be a supply issue. But that is the good example of what we'd like to do. So be able to do that. And during the modified quarantine, where students every 2 days or twice a week are supposed to do it, if we had access to those tests, we could do those right then and there. Students wouldn't have to go home and they wouldn't have to go to the classroom if in fact they were positive. So we are absolutely looking at those and the logistics around having enough of those exams, having places, locations enough for those folks, those students to wait while they're pending the results of their 20-minute or so waiting time.
And just to be clear, we would notify a parent before a child is tested in school.
We would notify a parent.
So if a child is placed in isolation, right? Okay, so there would be no kind of like secret testing of children without parental consent. Okay, no. If your child is in isolation, Steve, do you have any timeline when those testing resources on campus would be available?
No, we're working with vendors right now just to see the supplies that they may have. We enrolled in a pool testing program, and we're trying to look at shifting that from a pool testing program to a surveillance testing program, but that's a different set of tests. Surveillance testing does not use rapid response. So we're looking at that. I had my conversation with the state today, and we're having follow-ups. So I can't give a hard deadline in logistics. That's why I appreciated the forward looking, and we hope to have those things in place by that September date.
Okay, great. You used a phrase surveillance testing, and I know this is all like what is in kind of the lexicon right now, but I actually got a very interesting note from somebody who, really highlighted the use of the word surveillance and how that triggers, specifically folks from BIPOC communities who have been targeted with surveillance by government agencies in the past due to political activity. And also I think this question of surveillance is also something that raises people's anxiety in our community, that there's, something that we're looking for beyond COVID. And so sure. I would really love for us as an institution to think about, how we are lessening people's anxiety and clearly increasing the trust. And so if there's a way to say like proactive testing or like, loving testing, I'm trying to come up with some creative ideas that really, again, lessen anxiety and take into consideration historical trauma that has been experienced by people of color in at the hands of institutions.
We'll look at it. I mean, asymptomatic is the designation, but we'll try to find something that means something similar to people.
And then similarly, I know we're offering weekly testing at the district office for a couple of hours on Wednesday afternoons, both for students and staff. I'm wondering if there are any plans to increase the number of days where testing is available at the DO, and if there is a way to expand that beyond students and staff to families of students who are also afraid or consider themselves at risk as a result of their kids or their kids' teachers or receiving some kind of notification from us around COVID exposure.
Yeah, if the resources come where we need them to be, we are trying to have a drop-in and a drive-through process so if a student went home on a suspected case, we're trying to create a system where we can have a drop-in, drive-through, get testing process. I don't know if that's rapid or the other way. In addition, we are expanding the afternoon hours for staff in the afternoons. We're training further staff right now. And so later this week, we'll announce multiple afternoon dates available. And we've had spot cases where we have literally just gone out to school sites for staff members right now. That's who's enrolled. And we've been giving swab kits to cases where we have. So I'm working on something tomorrow. I may be out at a school site working with the individual staff on a modified quarantine, so they don't have to leave the site, don't have to make an appointment, and we'll try to get them tested right through that process.
Yeah, I just, would raise, and I'm really grateful for this kind of action. Testing in our community is very limited. People are having a very hard time walking in, getting appointments in their primary care areas. So anything that we can do as an institution to really raise the availability of testing is greatly appreciated right now. Other questions. Are we considering a similar policy of either vaccine confirmation or testing for students who are over 16 now that Pfizer is FDA approved?
Not in our current scenarios. Superintendent Turnell, is there something you're working through? Because of the asymptomatic type testing, we'd be testing everybody regardless of vaccination status.
So, and I guess that to me is a resource question. Like, how are we focusing on folks who either can't or are choosing not to get vaccinated, recognizing that they are at higher risk for both infection and transmission because of their unvaccinated status?
So
This is just a resource question more than anything, especially given scarce resources right now.
yeah, and I think that is something that we are looking at, including not just testing once a week, but multiple times a week. And what do our resources look like to do that, where we're testing all students regardless of vaccination status, so that we're catching those early and often. But again, as Mr. Mazzara is recognizing with potential shortages, we're going to need to assess the viability of doing that multiple times a week.
Okay. Let's see, other questions that I had. Also now that Pfizer has been FDA approved, is there any thought around doing some vaccine mandates as other school districts have done to really kind of drive home this idea that this is the safest way for our community to have that immunity, as well as the best way to protect those kids who are still not able to be vaccinated because of their age?
We will be looking at what other districts are deciding to move forward with. We certainly want to be in compliance and also respect legal boundaries, especially when it comes to vaccination of children and the rights of parents. So we will be looking at all of those angles, especially for our staff, and understanding what our parameters are. And if we do move in a direction, what the support mechanism looks like for that.
Okay, that would be something that I would love to hear about in our next board meeting, is just what other districts that have moved to that mandatory vaccine. I know we've done that with healthcare workers, for example, in the state of California and in other states. And other states have also moved to mandatory vaccination for teachers and staff in educational institutions. So I'm just curious about what are the distinctions here for a California public school, and how we can consider some of those options. A couple of other questions. I'd love to be able to see where we are in terms of collecting data with regards to number of tests, percentage of positive tests that are coming out, understanding the breakdown between tests of folks who are asymptomatic versus or randomized tests versus tests where kids or parents or staff or teachers are asking for tests because of suspected exposure and or symptoms. And again, this is with an eye towards scarce resources and making sure that we're using our resources in a way that's very focused, especially during this time where there's so few resources. So I'd love to request or see where we are in terms of collecting data around, testing, people in isolation, people in quarantine, number of close contacts, so that our community as a whole really has a sense of the current status in our institution. and love to just get that data presented on a regular basis at board meetings, if at all possible. Is that something that you're collecting right now?
We do track it through Google Sheets, nothing formal than that. So we know the contact tracing within, obviously we report confirmed positive tests to public health. So we have chunks of that data. The volunteer program right now under testing, that I haven't seen that, but it's probably trackable how many employees I have gotten tested before, those kind of things. So I think the beginning of that, I think going forward, I think it'll just be a strong element of whatever we do, that we have the tracking available so we can put those reports out.
I would really appreciate that. I think it really gives us a sense as an institution and as a community what's happening inside of our schools, and helps parents and kids to understand what kind of decisions to make with regards to helping your kids, decide to wear a mask outside, to follow that strong recommendation, to have your kids know what to do during lunchtime when they do have to take their masks off. It just really helps to inform behavior if you have access to that data on a regular basis. Last questions. I know that there have been some challenges to our facilities with regard to our HVAC systems, especially during, a couple of days during heavy smoke and very hot days. And I would just love to know kind of what additional protections are being put into place. Is there an HVAC, is there a filter in every classroom? Are there additional filters that are available when an HVAC system fails? I know we're still in the process of implementing our facilities master plan. And so what kind of, how quickly are we able to turn that around? And is there a trigger point when we decide to close a classroom because of our facilities being not safe for kids to stay in them during COVID and wildfires?
Thank you, Rick. I don't know if you want to give any comment to that right now, but we can certainly bring back some additional information. Okay.
Well, I'll just say quickly, there are air purifiers. There was 2 provided per room. We are going through and making sure the replacement filters are there, as noted by the manufacturer on replacement timelines for those. Those have been delivered to sites. We are talking about, as you stated, Director De La Cruz, about trigger points right now in light of air quality, where it'd be the intersection of both of those things, working with the team, as well as maintenance and operation and some outside resources to make sure that we can line that out as we move further into fire season.
And the last thing, I'd really love to know how your board can support, normalizing what it means to get a test. If you want to take videos of any of us, kind of showing folks what that looks like, that it's not difficult, that, it doesn't hurt. I appreciate that we've stayed on Zoom, but I don't think that gives our community a sense of, what we do when we actually are in person with people. So, photos of us with masks on, doing some more, educational campaigns. If there's anything that you need, I'd love to hear more about, how we can be involved and really sharing that message to normalize testing, to normalize masking, and to help really explain to our kids to lower their anxiety, to lower their, the misinformation that is flying around, and to really help them trust that we're here to take care of them, to take care of their health, and that our schools are a safe place. So any ways in which, we can be part of that effort, I'd love to offer that. And just, again, ending my question here with a giant note of gratitude.
I'm going to call on Ever Flores.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you. And Alegria, thank you. You were very thorough in your questioning. So you took quite a few of my questions. And I do have a couple of requests to make, if it's possible to make these sort of reports available to the board in written format, or, a better sort of summary so we can go back to it. Just because you gave us a lot of information, right? You gave us information about COVID, isolation tents, the IGPs, the independent studies program, area systems, right? So it was quite a lot. In terms of the surveillance testing, is there a reason why we have September 13th out? And I think Director Mizera, you mentioned as to why you have that hard deadline, right? My question to you is, it's in about 2.5 weeks from now. Is it because you're still working out the details and you're sure we can start surveillance testing by the 13th? Or are there any other factors that may, stop us from starting surveillance testing by the 13th?
Yeah, there are a number of things we're looking at. One of the most important, just logistics and staff. Without pulling staff from our school sites, or as you already heard, substitute reports. We have many clerical vacancies at school sites too. So we have to get temporary staff and agency people potentially for short-term vacancies. So that is a definite pull in the community to try to get those staffings. We've calculated the need for at least 15 to 17 people working every day around the district to pass out tests and get them logistically going to the school district, all the schools every day, what percentage of time. So the locations of that, the storing of those, make sure we have enough tests. We haven't even been able to estimate the cost on those yet. So we want to bring all those things to the board before we actually commit ourselves and get those kind of details. So there are a number of things we have to certainly do. And I think we have to be informed and we bring the information to the board before we make any final commitments.
So we're going to see these updates in a couple of weeks before the 13th then, right?
Yeah, there's a number of things we're hoping to bring in both in contract form and in logistics at the next board meeting.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then, I did mention last time, and I don't know if this is possible here. That one of the things that I read in the contract tracing mitigation practices is that we are only testing students who or people who have been exposed for 15 minutes within 16 feet or 6 feet. I'm sorry. Right. I'm going to repeat myself. I said this last time, but when you're in a classroom, right, hopefully you have great ventilation, right? But you know how classrooms tend to be, and you know how students tend to be, right? They never stay in one place. What's stopping us from making sure that, we go a step further, making sure that every single person who was surrounded by a test positive individual is tested? I'd just rather be safe rather than sorry in the future that, we just didn't test that kid because, he or she was, 7 feet behind and not within 6 feet. So is there a reason why we're stopping? Is it funding? Is it logistical?
Right now, it's a combination of those funding, logistical primarily. And that is, so if we were to take an entire classroom, so if an entire classroom, let's take a secondary schedule, 6 classrooms, they're all considered close contact. CDPH says those students have to be tested twice a week, as long as they're asymptomatic. So now we have twice a week, every single one of those students have to be tested. And if we did that through multiple rooms, we'd have to create basically an on-site testing facility at each school. So those logistics around those and how that happens and the response of how quickly that test would come around. Parents can, of course, keep their kid home on a regular quarantine and don't have to bring them on the modified quarantine. So what we're really looking at is trying to be more pinpoint and precise with our data in our close contacts. So there are examples when classrooms where teachers are in a setting where they're sitting and they're not running around the room. There are cases of a lab day where they clearly are mixing and moving. So each day, each period, depending on the activity, you could have a different set of close contacts. For us, we don't want to create a panic and give people unreasonable thought that they were subjected to somebody that could be a confirmed positive, but we want to be accurate at the same time. So we're looking at those nuances and just how to make sure we would get all those students tested within twice a week.
Well, I just have to say that, information is key, right? And having that information in the front, in the upfront is paramount. And I don't think it'll create panic. just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
But you did mention something about a pool testing, right? Could that be implemented as a secondary measure to make sure that, if we get a test positive within the pool sample, that we can do further testing in the future, just to make sure that we have a wider sort of, safety net to make sure that, that classroom or those individuals are safe.
Yeah, the state is recommending a pool testing, and that's the state program that was mentioned earlier. So that's the program they want to do, and that means about 20 to 25%. It's more of a randomized of the school are being tested randomly throughout the school. So that's not 100% of the students every week. That's the state recommended program right now. We are developing logistical information to go beyond that and above that, regardless of obviously their symptomatic status. So maybe it's the other way around. Pool testing is less testing of students per week, where the asymptomatic is a larger number. I mean, it's 15,000 students every week in that model versus a 20 or 25% model of that.
I get that, but and maybe we can talk about this in another time, but I would like to see maybe if we go with a pool model, because I know we're still in discussions with the state on that, that we can use that as a secondary sort of measure to make sure everyone in that classroom is safe. That's it. So, and I can talk to Anna about that offline. So, and then have we had any incidents in isolation tents so far? Have they been effective? Are we short in staff? What are we doing to make sure that we are mitigating that in any way?
I have not heard of any incidents, but I haven't been the daily reporting, so I'm looking into that. In fact, next week I have meetings set up with isolation tent attendees and just try to hear the feedback of what's going on, what can be improved. Deputy Superintendent Edson mentioned the physical spaces. We want to make sure those are solid, those are appropriate. I've been to a number of different isolation tents in the last 2 weeks and talked to attendees, and they do feel it's appropriate. They feel they're in the right place. We obviously haven't hit any bad weather. That could be a more of a factor when we get to some situations of there. But right now they're feeling comfortable. The way the families pick up, the promptness of pickup, they haven't had any issues around those things. Okay, and great change. Okay, so IGP number 2.0. Thank you, Director Mazzara. I do have one question, I think, under IGP 2.0. Is there a hard deadline on that, like it is with a pass and no pass? Because I know we had 15 calendar days after, a certain date. But the IGPs, do they have a hard deadline, or is it open-ended, and then, or is the district imposing a hard deadline as to when those are due?
I think, are you referring to the
AB 104, IG
right.
2.0,
So,
yeah.
so if Dr. Armstrong, if you can talk to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. Can you ask that again, please?
So in AB 104, right? So you have quite a few things. One of them is the pass, no pass, and that came with very specific guidelines of a 15 calendar deadline for parents to submit that request. So within the Assembly Bill 104, you had the request to ask for the state minimum of 130 credits. Is that also, does that have a specific time frame for parents and families to request that IGP, or is it open-ended?
Yeah, thank you for asking. I'm not knowing a timeline that goes with that. I think the only timeline I saw was just the focus on the grade groups. So the rising seniors, and then those who didn't graduate after their 12th grade year last year. So I know you're asking, like, oh, do they need to initiate that plan by a certain date? Right, right. Yeah, no, I haven't seen any language in AB 104 around that. But I will say that the IGP 2.0 is, like I said, it's in collaboration right now, but it's near completion. And our expectation is that we will have identified and have that document out to the students who that really impacts within the next month.
And so are those students identified by the school district, or once the word gets out, if a parent or a family or a student requests that IGP because this law, I mean, how does that work?
Yeah, much like AB 104, we can't necessarily mass apply. Our goal is to make sure that our process is clear. And that there is communication out at the sites that students and families know how to access, and that we have a responsive procedure that once that student reaches out to request information or would like to engage in the process, that there's clear steps of what's next and how to have that process complete. So all of that will be outlined for families with of course lots of communication. I will say for AB 104, we didn't just push out the communication. We made sure that it was in the hands of all of our students through their English classes. We put it out on the website. We sent information in multiple languages. Schools did a really good job of having conversations with students and families about the impact of AB 104. So our goal, our plan is to do the same thing with the graduation requirement.
Okay. And in our last board meeting, now I'm moving to AB 130.
Sure.
We talked about maybe having some sort of online platform versus live instruction. And today I heard live instruction. So versus the platform. Could you be a little bit more specific or clarify that? Because I couldn't follow it. So
sure, absolutely. So the last time we met, we were receiving proposals, and our plan was to go with Edgenuity as the course platform, as well as some of the other extras that they were offering, like being able to be available for tutoring, the online tutoring part. I think you all heard me talk about that. There was an instruction piece that came with the program. Well, that's not the direction we're going to go anymore. What's going to work best for us right now is to use a platform that we've been using, Acellus. They were recently reaccredited, and they have a cyber school that offers programs K-8 through 12. We believe that it's a good program for our students for this independent study process. So what that means is that we won't have access to some of those extras that Edgenuity offered, like the live tutoring or of access to their instructors, right? So we'll have our course work from Acellus, and then the instruction will be through our Santa Rosa teachers.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And then my last question, I swear. This goes to Director Edson regarding ARIES. I think I did mention last time that I would like to see ongoing training and onboarding both in English and Spanish, and I didn't hear that is happening yet, but I just want to make sure that doesn't fall through the cracks, because I know our Spanish-speaking population sometimes has trouble accessing that information when it's when the trainings are given only in English, and sometimes they don't hear at the beginning of the school year because they're busy. I just want to make sure that we have ongoing training throughout the school year.
That will be built into the process, Director Flores.
Great. Well, thank you, and that's it.
Moving on, Director Sheffield.
Thank you all for the updates. I just have a couple of brief questions. My colleagues have done an excellent job putting forward some of my questions and concerns. My first question is on the voluntary weekly testing available for students and staff. And we're conducting these on Wednesdays at the district office. And I think for all the reasons that around the testing availability in the county that Director De La Cruz brought up, I'm wondering, how are we promoting this to our families other than the website? Are we reaching out via school alerts, text messaging, social media? I'm not sure. All of the above.
Yeah, so Director Sheffield, literally before this board meeting, everything that I read to you went to our families tonight. So that included the flyer in Spanish and English for that asymptomatic testing for our students and for our staff.
Okay, and then anything around school, I guess, text messaging. I love that we've got the scan to scan to set up your appointments. That's great. Those things are really helpful. They come in text form. So I'm just, getting this out again, really focusing on the availability in the county for certain populations, and making sure that we do everything we can to promote this. I'm glad to hear that it's going out. It went out this evening.
And we can follow up with a text and a phone message.
Okay. And how about social media? A lot of people, that's their.
If that wasn't already done, and I haven't checked, but if it wasn't already done today, we can definitely do that.
Great. And then one final question for Deputy Superintendent Edson, and this is around safe spaces for lunch. We were discussing the importance of students being outside in fresh circulating air as much as possible. Last school year, as we're opening the school year up, and trying to do this as much as possible. And I'm thinking really more along the lines of post-fire season, rainy days. And so at one point, I believe it was brought up last winter about the district purchasing large outside tents being used as covered lunch areas during rainy days. Was there any further communication or any further discussions around this idea?
There was some discussions around that, not only for lunches at that time, Director Sheffield, but also around the COVID testing tents. We had discussions around those, and what it came down to at that point in time was regulations by the Division of State Architects and Department of General Services of what could be put up on a school site under these circumstances. So that's when we went to the size of tent that we did for isolation rooms. I know you asked about lunches, but because with that size tent, it didn't require the architectural planning and approval by DSA. We would run into a similar issue if we went larger with a canopy type system that would be used for outdoor eating. I know that we're discussing right now internally a myriad of options for how we're going to provide services for students for lunch when weather changes, and that will be information forthcoming as well.
Okay. And, I trying to just be creative in our thinking. We have a lot of schools I see have coverings for outside play structures, that type of, and these are all weather. And I know we'd have to go through, as you mentioned, architects design the whole process there, but these are unprecedented times, and everything that we can do to be creative and sort of press the importance of making things safer as possible for our students. Thank you again, all of you, for the work that you're doing, and thank you for keeping us updated.
I'm going to call on Director Manieri.
Thank you. I want to add my voice to the gratitude for this team and all of the work that you have all been doing. I had a laundry list of questions, and I've slowly been able to cross a lot of questions off. So I'm really grateful for the presentation and the information and the questions of my colleagues. I'm wondering, Director Sheffield touched on this communication to families and parents about changes and different processes. I'm wondering if we have a plan for also involving students themselves in the information sharing. I know that I'm really glad to hear Dr. Armstrong mention that there was information sharing going on in English. I think that that's a really great strategy. I know that when I was in school, I had to inform my parents of almost everything that was going on at school. So I'm wondering if we have plans to include students in communication as well.
I'll speak to that. I don't know if that has been an approach that we have discussed, but hearing it here tonight, we will continue to explore how we can utilize our students to also be conveyors of information.
Great, thank you. I have a few more questions. So I'm excited about the asymptomatic testing. I think that this is actually a really great move for our district. I'm wondering, however, if maybe Director Mazzara, if you could clarify, will participating in the asymptomatic testing be mandatory for students, or will that be voluntary?
As we're designing at this point, it would be mandatory.
Okay. And just for any parents who might be listening and a little bit concerned to hear that, what happens if a parent doesn't want their child to participate in that?
We haven't gone through that. This is not a requirement of the state. So there may be some policy action that's necessary on your part. But from our standpoint, we would just do positive encouragement and education around it, really try to do our best to understand if there were physical issues. We have some concerns in the special services world, the younger students, the preschoolers and those. We may have to work out some nuances with parents at drop off and that they're doing it, or there could even be a way that parents can do it at home and bring it back in. So that kind of flexibility, we want, of course, the safety is primary. We want to work with any medical needs, but the whole point of asymptomatic is the safety and security of everyone. And the slippery slope argument can happen very quickly.
Yeah, thank you. And another question for you, Director Mazzara, who is responsible for compliance of the COVID management process, that chart that was shared with us earlier? Who's checking in to make sure that we're following those processes on our school sites?
That's kind of the responsibility of the COVID coordinator. It's the work that we're going to be doing. I'm just informally dropping in and doing sites, doing visits. There's kind of a protocol that we want to make sure that everyone has. There's information and protocol packets and cleaning and those kind of things. At each school site, however, there is an administrator that's a COVID liaison. So we work through them in training, and they're supposed to inform back to us if in fact there are cases we need this, we need training. So those are the things. I think we're just kind of refreshing a lot of things from the spring. There's a couple of new changes with people and personnel. We're redoing that. We have an MOU that runs out with our association at the end of the month. We have to revisit that and discuss what's changed, and just kind of modify things and move forward to make sure that we're still being safe in this current Delta variant virus.
Great. So if anyone has feedback, they should contact the COVID liaison at their school site.
There are a couple ways for feedback. There's a phone number that is being published. We'll have a form on the website, and that information is now going forward.
Great, thank you. And I have a couple more questions. The next question is just around how we're using our COVID ESSER funds and if we or the ARP funds. We might not have that information tonight, but is there anything that can be shared just around what we're planning on using those funds for, or things that are already in the works?
Would you like me to take that, Superintendent?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Director Manieri, what will be happening over the course of the next about 10 weeks, we'll be outlining a plan that we'll start sharing with the board. Much of the items that we've talked about tonight in terms of testing, is going to take a portion of those funds. The remaining funds will be allocated. There'll be opportunities for community input during the course of the 10 weeks. with an approval of an expenditure plan at the second board meeting in October. So that will be a process that started internally that will start growing in terms of outward visibility or availability, culminating in October with the expenditure plan to the board for approval.
Great. Thank you. So that'll come back to us in October and the community will be able to have input.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. Oh, my last question is on absenteeism, the slide that you shared, Dr. Armstrong, about our projections and what's going on right now. You may have mentioned this, and it's possible that I had to adjust my focus, but can you tell us more about follow-up efforts for students that maybe we haven't been able to reach? I know of students who don't, or families who just don't know how to communicate with like teachers and sites, and so their kids are just kind of there at home and just in limbo, kind of. So I'm just wondering what follow-up efforts we're doing to reach similar families and students.
Right, important question. Thank you for asking. We actually have Executive Director Tim Zolinardo, who will be doing a presentation on attendance awareness, and he was going to actually speak to that. So is it okay if I just defer that when that item comes up for him to answer? Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
It's all part of his presentation.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. And those were all my questions.
Thank you, Director Manieri. We have taken a long time in questions, but I actually have a few questions too. They don't have to do with COVID per se, but they have to do a lot with Dr. Armstrong, what you presented in terms of data for class sizes and attendance and numbers like that. So I am not clear. Is Kinder Academy taught together with kindergarten classes now?
So I think I can take that one. So we have some combo classes in our district, but that is not the norm. So Kinder Academy classes are separate from kindergarten classes, unless the numbers at a school site warrant us to have a combo class.
And that combo class is still at 24 class size tops?
Yes.
We're hearing a little bit of concern about instructional aides in these classrooms or also other classrooms. Is this a policy decision, or is this a labor issue that we can't find people to hire?
I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Armstrong. I believe she has some information about this, but there was a decision that was made prior to this, the start of this school year around the assistants.
Thank you. So specifically about the assistants inside of the Kinder Academy classrooms, Director, or are you speaking generally?
Both.
Okay.
Can we start with the Kinder?
I think I muted myself. Yeah, absolutely. I know that, of course, our priority is to hire and retain, and we're definitely experiencing a shortage of those in the workforce. And so I want to see if I can pull in. Well, I have some of my team members who can speak more specifically towards that. So is that appropriate to do so now, Superintendent Trinell, to pull over?
Yeah, I think if I'm looking to see if Kelly Dillon is present, if she might be able to speak to it. I know that we did receive some information earlier that the the Kinder Academy assistants, that it was a long-standing LCAP expenditure practice that we stopped for this school year. We currently have about 7 KAK combo classes right now in existence across the district.
And so there are no aides in those combo classes?
I wouldn't say there are none in all of them. We would have to do some checking. I can't answer that right now to know if they're all of the classes. And I see Mr. Mazzara.
Yeah, we're aware that we did an unfill. We didn't, no employees were laid off or reduced. We simply took the opportunity when there was a vacancy at this point not to fill it. So I think there are at least one, if not more, existing employees there was no action, so they could still be in the position.
So that seems to be a concern from our staff, that there's not enough understanding about what's going on, and it's just not clear to them. So that's why I had that question. Sounds like it still may not be clear to some people. Moving on. I think this was you, Dr. Armstrong. You were talking about grade change requests. And you cited that there are 679 grade change requests. Did those 679 requests represent individual students or individual classes?
Individual students.
So 679 separate students asked for one or more grade changes.
Yes.
Okay. Was there any data breakdown, or maybe you can get this for us later, any data breakdown of the percentage of kids asking per school or per grade?
I don't have that available to share right now, but we did collect data on students, what requests they were making, and by school site. So I'm sure I can pull some information together to get to Superintendent Trinnell for a board update.
And the reason why I'm asking Dr. Armstrong and Superintendent Trinnell is that this kind of data speaks directly to our strategic priorities and what we're doing for equity and who needs what help where when. And this kind of data will help inform policy. So I'd like to see those kinds of pieces of data always broken down into which kids.
Sure, absolutely. And then just to follow back up, Board President Fong, I will work on getting some numbers or at least some information to Superintendent Trinnell for an update in regards to your question about shortages in classrooms. So that's what you were asking too, right? Across grade levels?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, great.
Finally, about independent study. And I know this is a huge lift because it's brand new to us and there's no path for this. And like I think I ranted last time about how legislators are creating educational policy, like it doesn't work. But anyway, you said that 333 students requested and you broke it down elementary and high school. And what would be helpful to us would be percentages. So how do we know what percentages of kids in which schools, demographics also, demographics broken down by subgroups, and unduplicated count, for example, also, who is asking for this? So we know more specifically in our equity work. So we're always going to want to know those breakdowns.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we are going to move this to public comment at this point. And Beth Burke is going to help us get that done.
And President Fong, do we want to open it up for students first? Is that still the practice?
We do. We do want to open it to students first every single time. Actually, every single time, every single item.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is lower all hands and ask that students who wish to comment on item E1, the return to in-person learning, raise their hands at this time. And I don't see any hands now. Everyone else, anyone who would like to comment on return to in-person learning, please raise your hands. And our first comment will be Tori McFarland.
Okay, sorry to hold things up. So this is Victoria McFarland speaking, and I am currently a KAK combo class teacher at Biela Elementary. I appreciate the questions from Lori Fong. I'm an experienced teacher with many years around Santa Rosa City Schools as both a parent and an educator. This school year has been an extremely stressful start, skipping over all the crazy stresses of first days of school with the new computer system and pandemic restrictions. I really am here to address my class size. I have 30 children in my classroom. Many of these children have never been in a preschool or any outside care program. This number is far beyond reasonable in a regular school year, not to mention following this past year. This age group is very emotionally needy and dependent on adult attention and direction. Immediately with the start of school, the safety measures with COVID were completely lost. I had, number one, too many children confined in too small of a space. Other safety issues were that the children could not or would not follow directions. They were on their own walking in without any parent helping them through this. And I had kids with separation issues that were stressed and crying or just confused and unsettled. I've been in a survival mode, and I've carried an incredible amount of stress with me through these first weeks. I just feel like it's really unacceptable. All I can think of was our number one goal was to take care of the social emotional needs of these children. Meanwhile, feeling my heightened stress and struggling to calm myself down. The adult to student ratio is completely unmanageable and unreasonable. I can't understand the lack of foresight with dumping this many 4, 5, and 6-year-olds into one space with one teacher. I've really felt disrespected by the district as a professional educator. I'm assuming and starting to hear today that maybe there are changes coming, but I believe the district really needs to be addressing class size and the disparity between class sizes across the district. The children in my unacceptably large combo class have already suffered a setback from more reasonably sized classrooms. It's also really important to note that KA and K students are very different populations. When we took on KA as a district, it was always as a separate readiness program. Kindergarten has become a newly rigorous program. The old first grade expectations were really pushed down to kindergarten. And I have.
Ms. McFarland, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the timer did go off quite a while ago, and we appreciate your comment. Thank you very much. And we have some others in line to comment. Next is Mr. Brennan. And if you could please state your first name for the record.
Andy Brennan.
Thank you.
So President Fong, members of the board, Superintendent Trunell, Assistant Superintendents Edson and Shepard. My name is Andy Brennan, and I teach government at Santa Rosa High School. Now, some of you may know me as the former president of SRTA, and it's actually been many years since I've publicly addressed the board, but I feel it's essential that I do it now. I'm here to speak to you about promises made. Several years ago, the board made a policy decision that all students would be required to take only A through G courses. The decision had a lot of laudable ideological goals. The premise was that some students were being prevented from taking courses to make them eligible to go to a 4-year university or college. Now, this was never true from a policy standpoint, as there were never any prerequisites for any of our classes, including honors and AP. However, the argument was made that there was a systemic issues, and I don't contest that, and action needed to be taken to ensure equity. But the decision was made to address this by eliminating all non-college prep classes. And like many other districts, we saw our failure rate go up. Now it's gone up significant because of the pandemic. Now we have been mainstreaming special ed students, eliminating sheltered classes for limited English speakers, and this has created a perfect storm. So the promise that you made to us is that we were going to get supports for this. A lot of technology was pretty great. Google Classroom is a great tool for organizing assignments, etc., and the online textbooks, particularly important. Okay, I see my time's about to run out. Folks, I don't have access to my online textbooks for my 6 government classes. I started with 50 students in classes. I need access to that for my students who don't speak any English. I have a senior from Guatemala who speaks no English. How am I supposed to get him college prepared if I don't have the resources to do this? I want access for myself, my students, and my other fellow teachers to have access to that textbook this week so we can do our stuff. Thank you.
Andy Brennan, thank you very much. That's very interesting to us, and I'm sure someone's going to follow up with you.
Next public comment is Janelle. Janelle, could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Janelle Payne. And good evening, everyone. I teach at Montgomery High School, and I want to loudly echo President Howell's report tonight and Mr. Brennan's report about online textbooks. But this train is off the rails. President Fong said earlier, the devil is in the details, and she's right. Many statements made tonight are broad brush statements. Students will be tested. Contact tracing will happen at the site. Notices are sent. These things are said easily, but not done easily. And they are not being done despite the claims made. In addition, the first COVID notice, I've gotten only 2. I know there's more than 2 on our campus, but the first COVID notice says you're not a close contact. But how is that known if the contact tracing hasn't been done? Then the second notice comes and says, oh, you are a close contact. But that notice, if it comes several days later. In addition, there's a lack of sufficient guest teachers, which means administrators are teaching full time. How can they also be administrators of a campus? How can they also be COVID liaisons? How can they also be contact tracers? One guest teacher told me he had to check himself into our school site because nobody was in the office to do it. They're either at home sick, quarantining, or isolating. We have literally no one in our office. Another guest teacher told me she's not received a single COVID notice, that despite her working on several campuses and us knowing there are positive cases on those campuses. Once students are sent home, who follows up on the required testing? Who clears students to return to campus, and who communicates that clearance to the teachers? HVAC systems are not working. Class sizes are huge. 40 students in classes at secondary, 30 students in first grade. It's not okay. President Fong, respectfully, we are not in the same boat. You are on Zoom tonight. We are in the classroom. Please help us on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for being mindful of the timer that's on the screen as well with your comments. Next is Margaret Boone.
Good evening, Superintendent Trunell and board members. I wanted to speak tonight about my concerns regarding the protocols for dealing with COVID cases at school. I teach in one of the ESN classes at Montgomery High. We were the first group of high school students to return in the spring last year. When we came back last year, we had tape on our floors for social distancing, dots to line up in front of our sinks, HEPA filters, janitors who came between every class to spray our rooms with disinfectant, deep cleanings every Wednesday, and so much more. We also had a district level COVID coordinator, and every school had staff specifically designated to man our isolation tents. The protocols weren't executed perfectly, but at least we aspired to have them and to try to execute them with fidelity. I'm happy that we're back to 5 days a week full-time school. I'm so happy to put hybrid behind me and hopefully never experience it again. However, COVID is not gone. Far from it. We're seeing the Delta variant is so much more contagious and kids are more likely to be infected with it. Last week, I had a student in my class who started to get very gravelly voiced, then started coughing, and then their eyes became glassy. I went outside to see if there was anyone in our isolation tent so that I could send the kid over. I ran into our campus supervisor who rushed up to the office to get me someone to take the student to the isolation tent. Several minutes passed and nothing. I tried calling the help tech, but it went to voicemail. I left a voicemail, then I went back to teaching. Several more minutes passed and the student was complaining they felt sick, so I called again and again voicemail. told the student they would have to wait. Several more minutes went by and the student continued to complain. So I called the third time. That time the health tech answered and said the campus supervisor was on their way with admin. When they came to my room a few minutes later, I started to tell the student to follow them, and the campus supervisor apologetically said, no, the student would have to wait. There was no one to take them to the isolation tent. It turns out only our principal at Montgomery is trained to take kids, and he was already dealing with another class. All told, my student waited over 30 minutes coughing on the kid next to him in my classroom before they could be taken to the isolation tent. It's a million times easier to teach in person, but I feel like we need more than just HEPA filters and a bucket of wipes to keep us safe. Please consider revisiting our current safety plan. Learning should come first, as Superintendent Trunell said, but kids can't learn if they're not safe, if they're sick, or they have to quarantine because someone else was sick and they were exposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Deborah Ramos. And it looks like she needs to be promoted to the panel to be able to comment. Well, Deborah, I'm having trouble promoting you to the panel, so I'm going to go to Lisa Brown next, and we'll try that again. Lisa, you are next to comment. Lisa Brown, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I ask that you please reconsider mandatory COVID testing for all students. This will only traumatize children and will not foster a positive learning environment. There are not enough COVID cases in our community to justify the psychological impact this mandatory testing policy will have on children. These are not instant result tests and will have zero impact on stopping the spread of COVID and will only spread fear in our children of attending school in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sheila Walker.
Hi, President Fong, members of the board, and Superintendent Trunell. First, let me start off by saying thank you for opening our schools. My son has now been able to experience middle school for the first time as an 8th grader. But I do want to express, I know I have a short period of time, so I'm going to try to just hit some topics here. I also do not encourage the district to have asymptomatic surveillance testing. I think this is a really terrible idea. I also want to note that your board just discussed in great detail more about asymptomatic testing, surveillance testing, than it did on symptomatic testing. You know, there's a lot that needs to be known about this. What tests would be used? How accurate would they be? You can Google very quickly or look on different news sites or CDPH that the PCR tests, which have been used at schools, have a high positive rate of 1 or 2%. And that might sound low, but when testing in a setting of low prevalence of disease, even a single digit false positive can be extremely problematic. I have a son who has ADHD, OCD, and has been suffering from anxiety since the school closures. That's one of the main reasons why I am usually speaking on at your meetings. My son will not be able to do a test. He will think he's dying of COVID. I will have to pick him up from school or pull him from school. These kids have been traumatized. I'd be happy to share some more with you directly about my experience. Yeah, I think you should reconsider just testing people randomly.
Thank you. Next is Kamala Brown.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. So I'm a teacher at Elsie Allen High School, and I just first I want to say that I'm really, really happy to be back in the classroom. I think my students are happy too, and so that feels great. It definitely, just from like our point of view, or I guess from my point of view, it is nerve wracking. I am vaccinated, but I have two children who are under 12 at home who are unvaccinated, obviously. And so I am worried about giving COVID to them. So I'm in a classroom with over 160 students in the course of a week. So that feels like a lot of contacts to be having. And so I just want to say, first of all, that I actually am really glad that you are going to be starting to test everyone. My kids go to a school that they got tested once they went back last year. They got tested every week, and that was fine for them. They were not traumatized by that. The one thing I did want to say, though, is that the contact tracing, while I presume that like the plan of how to do it seems to be fine. What is actually happening doesn't seem to be like real. So, and what I mean by that is if a student tests, so I did have a student test positive from the first day of school. The way that the contact tracing happened was that he just told whoever asked him that he didn't take off his mask. And so then they decided who was a close contact based on that. I have students who are taking off their masks in class. And so I was never asked as a teacher, like whether he did or not, or who he was near. So it just seems like there needs to be some sort of follow-up about about talking to teachers about who students are near in a class.
Sorry, Ms. Brown, but the time clock did run out earlier, and we are trying to get through some public comments and hands raised here. Next is Mr. McAnulty, and if you could please state your full name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and your full name?
My name is Richard McAnulty. Board members, superintendents, parents, and teachers. I teach at Albert Biela Elementary School. It is with great concern that I speak with you tonight on behalf of my students and parents to bring to your attention a safety and equity concern. I currently have 30 students in my first grade class. You heard me correctly. I have 30 students in my first grade class. At my site, our lone kindergarten KA readiness combo teacher and I have a total of 61 students between our two classes. These are students who have not been on campus before. They are just beginning to learn how to socialize, interact, work together, and communicate in a school environment. I find it interesting how before COVID times, a safe class would constitute 22 to 23 students. During the spring hybrid model, this changed in my classroom, and my classroom could safely house 12 students. And now with the Delta COVID variant 3 times as contagious, 30 students with a teacher in the same space is deemed safe. Please remember, none of my students even have the option of vaccination. Parents, how do you feel about your child being in a classroom with 30? I find it to be a hypocrisy that 30 unvaccinated students interacting and learning in a classroom is safe, and yet the school board is having the board meeting on Zoom with an audience that has the option to vaccinate. The safety of my students is an issue. Equity is another hot topic of our district. So I ask you, how is it equitable for a classroom size of 30 students? I thought equity was giving every student what they needed. I currently have 30 students, 12 of them are English language learners, 4 special needs, and 3 additional students being tested for special needs. Equity is upmost in my mind, as well as safety. I ask you, the board, please think of the welfare of our students and their safety. Make it equitable for all and safe for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next public comment is Patrick Bailey. And please be mindful of the clock, everyone.
Hello, my name is Pat Bailey. I'm the parent of a now kindergartner at CCLA. I'm not in favor of surveillance testing. An alternate name for it might be total population testing. We could look to statisticians for better names, I suspect. But surveillance testing, total population testing, that's not my big issue. If we're going to test, then I hope we learn from it. Several board members mentioned wanting the data, wanting to analyze the data. I think that's critical. Once we learn from it, then we can modify our rules around testing, around masking, around distance. One of the things that I find fascinating about this virus is that it goes up and up and up, and then it crashes. It happened in India, it happened in the UK. The first time it happened in China, I thought they were essentially messing with the data. I don't think that anymore. I don't know why it's happening. Several doctor friends don't know why, but it tends to go up and up and up and then just drop off a cliff. When we do tests, next item, we really have to get the results back quickly. Several friends of mine had children with sniffles. They kept their kids out of school for 3 to 5 days, depending on the parent. Turns out the kids had colds, but they had a difficult time finding tests. When we do these tests of various sorts, we need very quick turnaround. Ventilation. A Facebook post from a teacher said that her windows didn't work. I assume she's not the only one. We've got mechanical contractors working on mechanical systems. Opening doors and windows where they are available is critical. I last year spoke about ventilation, the topic nobody else is very excited about except me. And it's please fix the windows. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Bailey, for staying right on time. Next is Andrea. Could you please state your full name for the record, Andrea?
Yeah, my name is Andrea Cordarolo.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to know why none of you are talking about the deaths of our children 18 and under due to COVID. Do any of you know the answer to that? It's 0. 0 children in Sonoma County have died from COVID. Yet your district wants to conduct mandatory surveillance tests on our children. These are our children, not yours. You do not have the right to conduct a surveillance test just so it makes you feel good. You have all lost your minds. So let me get this straight. Our children have missed over a year of loss of education and now finally return, and you want to subject them to unnecessary testing? Haven't they gone through enough? This is not the new normal, nor is it at all acceptable. And the point of asymptomatic testing is to directly make your staff feel better or feel good. It's not the safety and security of our children, because we know our children aren't dying from COVID under the age of 18. So let's be honest here. It's all about the staff, right? And listening to all of those teachers that have commented tonight, which is very sad to hear. I hope you're actually all listening to them. It sounds like they need money, they need help for their students, for their education. So instead of using the surveillance testing for non-symptomatic students, why don't you use them for actual learning, for the loss that we've had for over a year? Sounds like you all have your priorities backwards, because those tests, I know they cost a lot of money, right? Let's be honest. How much do those tests cost? So hopefully you guys get it together and you actually put the students first for once. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Monet Bell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I am a teacher at Montgomery High School, and I just plead for help. Our site specifically, as has already been stated, our principal is the only one who is trained to man the isolation tent. And on top of that, I have only received 2 letters in regards to having a school member test positive for COVID-19. I personally know more than that who are actually staff who have tested positive. On Saturday, I received a notification that I actually was a close contact for one of my students in my classroom. And I actually have him for 2 periods, which, as you know, on the block schedule, that means 4 hours in my classroom. And so I received the notification that I was a close contact. And again, I received it Saturday. It let me know that they were informed Friday that the student had tested positive for COVID. I have yet to see a letter go out letting everyone else know that we've had another positive case. The numbers don't seem to be adding up. And to the prior person's credit, absolutely, our staff are dropping. Our staff are dropping. And if we can't be there for the kids, we want to be there for the kids. We need help. We need help. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Genevieve Lilligren.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I am a teacher at Santa Rosa Middle School, as well as a parent of a really excited first grader at Proctor Terrace. Because I have the unique position of seeing things from both the staff and parent perspective, I want to share with you that I am terrified. I have almost resigned myself to the fact that my child and his 2-year-old brother are going to catch COVID. All I can do is pray that he doesn't end up with long haul issues. I have even mentioned to my colleagues that I've started to consider not kissing my children anymore because of the lack of safety at our sites. I've heard people talking about trauma this evening and talking about fear. And when we have staff, students, and parents living in fear, we cannot get to the business of learning, right? We know this. And so, like the speaker before me, I am just begging you to please enact this protocol that should have been enacted before the year started. Protect my child, protect my students. I think that if parents had the same bird's eye view that I have, you would be hearing many more tearful mothers this evening. I will say the free lunch for all the students is working out great. So thank you for all of that. I can certainly celebrate where celebrations are due. Of course, the kids are happy to be on campus, but I don't want to get reality lost in that happiness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to try Deborah Ramos. Deborah, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. All right. I'm on a Chromebook and it's being wonky. I teach at Santa Rosa Middle School as well, and I, unlike other teachers, have no complaints about my class sizes, though I do have 4 or 5 students at each table in a very small classroom, so they are all sitting face to face with each other. So I'm really hoping all those HVAC protocols and filters are in place, because I have no windows and only one door in my classroom. I am concerned, and I wish I knew there was a protocol about what to do about the kids who just can't keep their mask over their nose during the class period. I give them warnings. I don't know if I should remove them from my class at what point, if it's accidental. Short of calling parents, I'm kind of at I'm at a loss with that. Also, I'm concerned about the contact tracing. I had a student go home sick one day. She said she'd thrown up. She was back in class the next day, looked absolutely miserable. And the following day, the third day, she was not, well, she's been out since. And I have no idea if that was a COVID case or not. It seems likely that it was. But, you know, again, it's just, so like, I'm just concerned with how things are being not managed from a teacher point of view. There's so many questions. On another note, I did go for the COVID test at the district office today. I'm thankful for that. Hopefully I'm not positive. And I would really like to see that expanded onto campuses, because as more people find out about that, I think the district office will be overwhelmed with people going there for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Veronica Jordan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Veronica Jordan. I'm a parent of a now 5th grader and 1st grader at Cesar Chavez. I just first want to say that I haven't run into a single parent, child, or teacher that isn't ecstatic that we're back in school. And I want to thank everyone for all of the energy around getting us back in school. I just have 3 thoughts. One is I really hope that Santa Rosa City Schools can work out a plan to make sure that children can have easy access to testing when they're symptomatic. That is, when they have the sniffles or a sore throat or a cough. I have at least 5 or 8 families that I've talked to this week who've had that circumstance and have struggled to get quick testing, which means a day or 2 to testing and then a couple days to get results, meaning that's a lot of days out of school for a child plus their siblings. And I know we're all trying to keep kids in school. I also think that we need more education, all of us, from you all about why surveillance testing is good and important and will help our kids be in school. And I would love to hear that coming from the district leaders and the Department of Public Health so that we can understand that. And lastly, I would like to see more conversation in these meetings and at our schools around learning loss assessment and plans. I have heard from several teachers at 2nd grade level that they have kids who cannot read, which makes perfect sense to me since they were kindergartners when this pandemic started. But I'd like us to know where the problem is so that we can fix it. I know there's a big argument over standardized tests, but I also think that all of our 5th graders need to be able to know fractions in order to someday do algebra. So I'd like us to hear more about what the district is doing to assess and mitigate the learning loss for all our kids at all the levels. Thanks for getting us back to school.
Thank you. Next is Silas Martin.
Yes, good evening. My name is Silas Martin. I teach 6th grade at Albert FDL Elementary School, and I'm here tonight to support my brothers and sisters, my classified and certificated brothers and sisters. And I'm here to speak to my clients who are the 10 and 11 and 12-year-olds who are in my classroom and their parents. I'm here to specifically to speak to them about combination classes. It's August. In August or early September, it's become common for the district to begin creating combination classes. And I want parents to understand what that looks like. Let's say you have 2 6th grade classes and 2 5th grade classes, each with 24 students. What they will do is they will completely dissolve one of the 5th grade classes, and they will place 8 students in each of the, they will take those students and place them in the other classes. So now all of those classes now have 32 students. This takes the students away from the teachers that they've started the year with. We're 10 days into a 180-day year. You're taking the students away from these teachers that they've established relationships with. And we practice being safe, respectful, and responsible. It is not safe to cram 32 kids into a classroom. It is not respectful to take these students away from the teachers that they've formed relationships with. That's not respectful to the students. It's not respectful to the teachers. And it's also not responsible. It's irresponsible of the district to not protect the students, not look out for their social emotional health. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Pamela Karbowski.
Good evening. My name is Miss Pam Karbowski, and I am a PE teacher at both Biella and Brook Hill Elementary Schools. Please excuse my raspy voice for welcome back to school and not having my mic working quite yet and having to work with 19 classes and 500 plus students. I too want to say I'm concerned about the class sizes of the KAK class and the first grade class at Biella. I work only with the first grade class for PE and have seen firsthand safety concerns for Mr. McAnulty's students. They have so much to learn being with their peers, hands to themselves, keep their masks on, keep a distance from each other, listen and follow directions, etc. I also have the concern of their learning. With 30 first graders, many of them their first time on campus in a classroom, I fear their academics will suffer. They are not receiving the attention they deserve or need, not because Richard isn't capable of doing so because he's an amazing teacher, but his students need so much more support than he by himself can give. I do hope something changes quickly for him and his students so we can see success happen this year for those kiddos. I also hope that for Tori and her KAK class, things will change. Lastly, working with 19 different classes, 500 plus students as a PE teacher, I sure hope I and the other elementary PE teachers will be notified of positive cases on campus when they happen. I have only received one general email about COVID, although I know of multiple positive cases of students. I want everyone to stay safe and to stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is E. Perez. And I'm going to ask that you give us your full name for the record, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, and your full name?
Okay, it's Yeti Perez.
Thank you very much, Yeti.
I just wanted to speak up because I wanted to really emphasize that you have teachers begging you for extra help in the classrooms, begging you for smaller class sizes. You have parents begging you not to test non-symptomatic children at school. And to top it all off, you have parents that are sensitive and crying. And to top it all off, you have Miss Cruz eating her dinner while parents are discussing very serious issues. I believe that's very disrespectful. We are all taking the time out of our day, not putting our children to bed so we can be here present and give our full attention. But Miss Alegria is playing with her dog and eating her dinner. I think that's very disrespectful. And I just hope that you guys are listening to what all these parents and teachers and educators are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Holly Cumby.
Hi, my name is Holly Cumby. I don't really have, an eloquent speech prepared tonight, but I feel in my heart the need to speak on behalf of my colleagues and I've heard from site after site about the large classes. I'm a first grade teacher at Brook Hill, and I'm a mother of a second grader. I heard of a site with the 30 first graders. That's unacceptable. I can't even imagine having that many 6-year-olds in my classroom. It's a safety issue as well as a learning environment issue. And what about the working conditions of the teachers? These students, they've been through enough. At my site, we have 18 TK students and no aid. These kids have not been in school. They need more support. Our teachers need more support. I've heard of 30 kinders. I've heard of combo classes. Who would want their child in this kind of environment? I don't. I happened to hear at gymnastics the other night, a middle school SRCS teacher talking about having 190 students, brand new teacher, now down to 174. So each class has between 38 and 41 students. How is this best practice for COVID? times and for their education? And how about for their social emotional well-being? I couldn't attend to the needs of that many students. There's no way. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. We need more staff. These students deserve more. We deserve better. And I'm very concerned about the lack of classified support staff. We're down a lot of staff at our site. And it's no secret that people aren't getting to work for $15 an hour anymore when local businesses are paying well over that. We need more support staff to run our schools safely and efficiently. We have no subs. Staff and students are going out already left and right. It's August, and I feel like my colleagues are already running ragged from the extra work we're taking on. Finally, please increase access to testing for symptomatic individuals. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Micah Carlin Goldberg.
Good evening. My name is Micah Carlin Goldberg, 6th grade teacher at Steel Lane. I would like to respond a little bit to the parents who are against screening testing or surveillance testing. The California Department of Public Health has testing strategies and guidelines for our schools. If you Google CDPH COVID School-Based Testing Guidance 2021, it's the first link. And in it, it says screening testing should be used to prevent outbreaks of new cases via screening by screening all unvaccinated people at high frequency, weekly or twice weekly, in order to prevent in-school transmission and prevent outbreaks on campus. Yes, we have been incredibly fortunate in Sonoma County that no children have died yet. Surveillance testing allows us to take a kid who is infectious but not symptomatic and get them isolated so that they do not pass it on to another student who could have medical complications and die. Louisiana today reported that they had a kid under age 1 die, a kid under 6 die, and 11 children younger than 18 have died from COVID in Louisiana recently. COVID does kill children, and COVID does injure children for a very, very long time. Not everybody, but enough of them. How many do we want to have at our school? I want 0. In that same guidance, it asks us to test all unvaccinated students and staff weekly or twice weekly. When you are in areas that have a high prevalence of COVID, purple counts. We are in purple, even if they took the language away so that we don't have something easy to talk about. We need this. We needed it the first day of school. We don't need it in 2 weeks. We needed it 2 weeks ago so that any kid who's sick does not spread it to their neighbors, grandparents, or parents and kill that parent or kill a kid in our class or have one have long-term health issues. So please do the right thing, follow the state guidance and get us that screening testing so we can have the kids who are sick not pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maureen. Maureen, please state your full name for the record.
Hi, Maureen Lynch. So I just kind of wanted to follow up on what the previous speaker was just saying. I think the testing is great. I've got a kid with asthma. I mean, kids pick their nose. You're just going to shove a little Q-tip up there. It's not that big of a deal. Like, we just kind of need to get over it. The point of this is to keep the schools open. The point is not to have this remote learning again. It's not to have the hybrid schedules again. Like, just get over it. Let's just do this. Let's do what we need to do and move forward. I think it's great. But my question was, or comment and hope was, we had some bad air quality last week, and a notice went out saying that the kids would have to eat inside and like the multi-purpose room over at Charter of the Arts if the air quality got above, I think, 150. And I was just hoping maybe, since we're just, continually being in fire season, if we could come up with sort of an idea, since the kids are going to be maskless eating indoors if the air quality gets to a certain level, just some sort of plan, like maybe they eat in their homeroom class with those kids that they're kind of with, just to not have like hundreds of kids in one room unmasked. And that's basically it. That's all I got. I support you guys and I feel really bad for the overcrowded classrooms. I hope that something can be done for that. All right.
Thank you. And our last comment is Joshua Lewis.
Hi, good evening. I am a special education teacher at LC Allen High School. I want to say that we are having a great time in our classrooms. The students are fantastic. There's smiles, there's energy, there's an energy vigor towards learning algebra that I haven't seen in 7 years of teaching. I do want to say that I am in favor of testing. I hope we go forward with a policy that is equitable and fair. I don't want to subject students to trauma, though, related to testing. I'd like for our parents to have the option to opt out of their testing for their students. And we don't need to add any trauma onto students. We're not going to test every single student. Then I think we could have some exclusions. That would be a really kind thing to do and compassionate thing to do. I do want to also, illuminate my situation. I have a child in kindergarten personally, and 2 other children that are in daycare. And if I was to get symptoms or a positive test, I think the parents that are listening and the school board needs to know that the quality of education for the students in my classroom just falls off a shelf. We don't have guest teachers. We don't have guest teachers that are trained in special education. So that's a big deal. We go back to a learning loss again. There's also a domino effect of my kids' schools. Does my kids' kindergarten class quarantine? Do the daycare class quarantine? Do those families then lose their daycare? What happens to those parents that are trying to work? It's catastrophic. And finally, I wasn't going to speak today, but my son today was told he needs, my 4-year-old son, an inhaler. We left the Central Valley specifically because I grew up with an inhaler and asthma, and I hated it. And I vowed never to raise my kids in that kind of situation. And if this virus continues to escalate and my risk at work continues to escalate, then I have to make a decision best for my family. And it's terrifying. It's terrifying. And teaching is not worth it. I love this job and I love these kids, but I like my kids a lot too. And this is a tough situation. So I really appreciate that we're doing everything for the safety of my kids, the 3 little ones in my house, but the kids, all in Sonoma County. So thank you guys. I know we're doing a good job, and I think good things are going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Fong, that ends public comment on this item.
Thank you to everybody who took the time to weigh in on what is a very, very passionate subject. Board members, this is a discussion item and we have spent quite a bit of time on return to school. It's very important, but if you have anything else to say, now's the time. Please, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, just like everybody else got 2 minutes.
I just want to thank everyone who spoke, and I just want to really reiterate the fact that as board members, we have the duty to make sure that every child and staff is safe. Okay, that is paramount, and we take that very seriously. So to those parents that may be a bit uncomfortable with the testing procedures that we are talking about, the state did implement an independent studies program. If you feel so inclined to do that or uncomfortable that your kid may go through a testing procedure, I work at a school site. We've done it. I've seen students, take this very lightly and without, a traumatic sort of experience. So there are ways to make sure that this is done in a caring way, in a way that we say we're part of a community. We are all in this together, and we do not want to go back to what we had last year. And I think that's, that's pretty explicit. So with that, that's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yep.
Okay. Trustee Manieri.
So I'm just going to read since I have 2 minutes, I just want to stay within 10. My biggest concern and what is taking center stage for me as a board member and as someone who works closely with the community and trying to find resources around COVID vaccines and testing and everything. What is taking center stage is how we keep kids in the classroom safely. That is my priority. And I think that that's the priority of our board. And I appreciate Director Flores for also emphasizing that. And I think that if we want to address learning loss, we need to continue doing what works. We know that masks, vaccines, and testing works. We know that there are not enough tests available, and I really want to thank staff for the new testing site at the district office, and I can't wait to see that expand. So we need to use all of our resources, including vaccines and getting our rates up in our community as much as possible to make sure we can keep our students in the classroom learning. We also know that we adults can mitigate fear by normalizing masks and testing. It is possible for kids to feel okay with all of this, and that's completely up to us and how we message that to our children. I don't think we have our priorities backwards. I know of young people who have died of COVID, unfortunately. I want to thank our speakers, our public commenters, Genevieve and Kamala, for reminding us that we're all human and that some of us, including our staff, have babies at home that need our protection. I am proud that we are following guidelines. Right now, we need to do everything we can to keep kids in the classroom, and we cannot wait until it's too late to take action. I want to communicate to our superintendent and to my colleagues on this board that I support policies that take us beyond our mandates to ensure safety of students and staff, and ultimately keep kids in the classroom.
Anyone else? Thank you, Stephanie Manieri. I would say to what she said. I would also just remind people that we are on a cliff. We are walking a cliff, and on either side, there's an abyss. The district is walking cliff, and everybody is helping and doing their very best. I want to thank all of our teachers, all of our CSEA partners for doing everything that you can for kids. Joshua Lewis, you just put a smile on my face. I mean, I've never heard such an energy about algebra, so thank you. The reality is we're in a structural deficit. The reality is small class sizes cost money. The reality is that we can't afford everything we need. PPE money, ESSER money does not go for learning loss. We can't leverage it that way. We can't leverage it into a whole other teacher that costs whatever money that we need. We all need it. We need instructional aids. And so there's that cliff that we're walking, and we can only do this together. I'm a broken record when everybody is a partner. And so we are working with SRTA, we're working with CSEA. We really appreciate that. And our HR assistant superintendent today mentioned to the board in closed session that they're working with consensus. There's consensus going on, which of course is the very best way to do things when everybody is really kind of like figuring out how to do it together, walking it together. So thank you, everybody. And thank you.
Director De La Cruz had a comment.
Valeria.
I just wanted to echo what Director Magnetti said about the responsibility that we have in an institution that kind of sits at the bottom of this hill, and where we are expected to follow mandates that are not strong enough given where we are right now. And I think we have an opportunity and a responsibility to our community to be brave and to step into places that other leaders have not done. And I am also supportive of looking above the kind of minimal mandates that currently exist in the face of this variant, especially as we move towards different kind of weather. We need to be thinking much more creatively and about how we can continue to operate in a world with scarce resources, with some real leadership. So thank you to all of you who are working nonstop and who are trying our hardest to be human and to be superhuman in the face of what's in front of us. So I am just grateful for your ongoing work and look forward to what we can do together.
And so the board has asked our superintendent, as you heard from Directors Manieri and De La Cruz, that to be proactive and lead the way. That our district has led the way through COVID so far, led the way through the fires. We will continue to lead that way and be as proactive and out there beyond what is mandated. So we will be looking for that. And Superintendent Trunnell is ready to go on that with her team. So Superintendent Trunnell, do you want to close out this item?
Yes, I want to thank everyone for their contributions to the conversation. Even with the hardest of messages to hear, it is a reality that people are feeling and experiencing. And so with that, communication is really important to me. I do want to note that that we are paying attention to the combo classes that were mentioned tonight, and we are certainly going to be following up on that. So I want everyone to hear that and know that we are. Thank you, Board President Fong.
All right, thank you, everyone. We're moving on right away to E2. This is action item resolution of September Attendance Awareness Month.
Thank you. Yes, and very happy to have Dr. Armstrong and welcome in Tim Zolinardo into the meeting to be able to lead this item.
Great, thank you. Executive Director Zolinardo.
Good evening. Good evening to Superintendent Trunell, members of the Board of Education, and of course the Santa Rosa community. Thank you for having us here tonight to speak to the resolution for September as Attendance Awareness Month. I will take a little time tonight to answer Trustee Manieri's question that she asked earlier. And then I'll speak a little bit about the intent, I believe, of the resolution, and then some of the logistics that support the intent. So bear with me as I go through a few items. First of all, kind of where we are. So in a typical school year at this point, there is careful adjudication occurring regarding enrollment. School sites are using their personnel across multiple fronts to contact and interface with families to determine if a student who has not shown up for any days of school so far is accidentally still enrolled with Santa Rosa City Schools. Then from that intensive work over multiple days, you also have site level administrators and staff checking and kind of doing actual walks around the campus. And they're checking for actual warm human bodies in seats, ready to learn eagerly with teachers and staff. And they count those to get a really good sense of manual numbers and not just depending on the student information system. And then Trustee Manieri, what happens is there's a process to make sure those drops are done appropriately, that we know where students are going or what schools are enrolled at if we're actually dropping them. And if there's still this blank space where we have contacted families at the school sites thoroughly over multiple days and multiple attempts, but we're still not finding something, those go to a sub-department within educational services. And that is our wing that oversees attendance. And then what we do is we use some of the pieces that we have through previous grants and previous years that we've kept going and we've added to this year. So we have family engagement facilitators. They work extra then to find out, do the best they can as an extra layer of contact to find out why aren't we hearing anything at all. That could include home visits, the ability to physically go to a location of residence and verify if a family is there, is just not knowing what to do, as you said earlier. And so then that connection happens. And we also have a Keeping Kids in Schools grant this year, which I'll talk about in just a few minutes in more length. That also provides a case manager, and that case manager does individual work with families and also kind of does holistic support for sites. So it kind of moves from really careful, deliberative intent on everyone's part to check the numbers, to check humans, learners, students, to verify with families and make multiple contacts at multiple levels, and then goes to another layer of refinement so we don't accidentally drop students or families from our enrollment records who are maybe simply unsure of the processes for schooling and especially coming out of the pandemic, how to connect to schools. So that's the first part, and thank you for the question. And thanks for your patience till I could get to it. Number two, I'll kind of give a broader point of view. So if you'll hang with me for just a few minutes, I'm going to be mindful of time and trim some of what I was going to say down, but I want to be expansive enough so that every member who's listening here has a deeper sense of what we do for attendance. So Attendance Awareness Month, the resolution to recognize it is not to just say we're aware of it. It's to live up to priority 2. It's the focus on the whole child, the whole individual. Because if there are attendance deficiencies, we as educators and professionals know that comes from alienation. It comes from familial struggle, whether economic or personal. It comes from a sense of dissatisfaction and disconnection from schooling and one's own academic identity. Attendance, or lack of it, doesn't just appear out of nowhere. There's real human, psychological, social, and intellectual conditions that gives to its rise. And I believe the Board of Education, should I be so strong as to say I speak for them, the resolution is to recognize that whole child approach. So what does that mean in specifics? It's a commitment to families. The resolution is a commitment by Santa Rosa City Schools that we will approach attendance from a whole child point of view. So that includes the following types of responses. I will cover kind of the intent once again and the logistics of what we have in place. There's about 7 of them, so I appreciate your patience while I lay them out. The first would be that any school site has to be welcoming. I know our school sites are. I was at Helen Lehman on day 1 with staff. I saw bubbles flying through the air and welcome back signs, and that makes people want to belong. It makes people want to show up. So we have to keep those welcoming. So we see that logistically when our staff, our teachers, our classified staff, our administrative staff, all the staff that we work with, welcome students, makes eye contact with guardians, says hello, brings them into the office, standing shoulder to shoulder to make sure they get some help if they're not yet enrolled. So that way we don't see a lack of attendance down the road. Number 2, it's about curriculum that's engaging and meaningful. That's why Santa Rosa City Schools in the logistics side is focused on supporting our teachers who try to embrace a diverse and inclusive curriculum. They ask for application of knowledge. They don't want students to regurgitate rote information. They want them to put it out in the world and see how it affects things. And it occurs in course offerings across our district so that there's multitudes of ways that students can connect to school and feel like they belong. It could be from statistical reasoning in sports, one of the newest courses we've created. It meets a Math 3 requirement for stats, but it has a nice emphasis on something that we all seem to enjoy as a human species, competition in the sports realm. It could go to CTE courses that focus on agriculture or health science and biotechnology, which we know is a very strong sector in our local economy. It can go to our newest rollout of ethnic studies courses like ethnic studies English, or even the ethnic studies electives to give students multiple places and locations at which they can connect to learning in a meaningful way. That's the first 2. There's about 5 more. Number 3, school communication, all the systems around it, notification, early cycles of notifying families so that problems of attendance don't become habitual. It's about proactive communication. We see this daily at our schools. Attendance offices right now, well, not at this time at night, but tomorrow morning, will be in multiple contacts with many families, clearing up attendance errors, helping families understand why maybe information from their student is not meshing with what we are reporting. It gives a chance to clarify and correct things, and it's daily notifications that go out to families that say, Tim Zolinardo was not present today, and we're concerned. And please let us know if there was an intentional absence because of illness, etc. Number 4, it requires codified processes that are provided through the California Department of Education and best practices. One of them is the suggestion of doing student attendance review teams. That's where a site, through administrators, counselors, and other staff, bring in a family and speak to them about the conditions around habitual truancy or tardy or absence. So what's that look like in Santa Rosa City Schools? It's those bodies coming together with a restorative lens. That's what our district has deemed as the appropriate way. So a family comes in, they might be nervous. I've sat in many of these conversations. The student themselves does not want to tell you maybe immediately why they aren't coming to school regularly. But from a restorative lens, you talk about connection to outside agencies and supports for the family if they need them. You talk about specific practical steps for the student to re-engage in schooling, and you try to get down to the core issues for habitual disengagement. And you let the student know that you care about them, that them not being there means something to you, and that you want to see them there tomorrow so you can help them. So our teams do that at the site in student attendance review teams. There's a level above that. There's another codified process. It's the student attendance review boards. Now those can down the road lead to a connection with the court system. But once again, the emphasis is on restoration. So what's that look like in Santa Rosa City Schools? Over many years, those include community partnerships with community organizations being there right with us as nonprofits that provide students options that say, if school attendance can improve, here's the different things we can do for you. We can get you involved in this program or this program. And it includes, once again, trying to get down to the core reason that habitual truancy and some kind of attendance problem may exist. Two more. There's also district alternative education programs and opportunities, because students must realize a way forward when they see at the higher levels of 7 through 12, or especially 9 through 12, they see credit deficiency. Students are very honed in, not on the specifics of everything for courses and credits, but they're extremely aware of when they're behind. And so therefore you must have things like Ridgeway as a continuation high school when necessary. You must have things like the GRACE program to embrace students and accelerate credit recovery. You have to have things like programmatic helps, like Acellus or Cyber High, which are UC and CSU transferable, A through G approved programs that do credit deficiency work with students so they can maintain classwork and also do some extra recovery so they can see a way to successful graduation. Super important. And then lastly, it's about the extra personnel that I mentioned at the very beginning when I was responding to Trustee Manieri's question. We have family engagement facilitators out of our sub-department that oversees attendance and attendance matters for Santa Rosa City Schools in the Educational Services Department. That is about explicit increased contact, including, as I said, going in person and visiting families, spending more time, increased opportunities, and expressing supports and ways in which a student can re-engage successfully. And with that comes awareness that we must be, especially now, paying attention, and we should have always, for the whole person, been paying attention to mental health concerns if there's any. And the family engagement facilitators are a conduit to one of our enhancements this year, which is our school-based clinicians who are responding to mental health needs. They can connect a family for extra support if they notice that there might be some concern there that's inhibiting regular school attendance. And as I mentioned before, there's a Keeping Kids in School grant, which provides us a single case manager who works explicitly with individual cases that might be deemed in need of extra support or higher levels of intervention, and also can support schools of more systematic ways to increase and improve attendance. So to wrap up, first of all, thank you for your attention. Secondly, ultimately, this resolution is a commitment that Santa Rosa City Schools will continue to partner with families in a collaborative manner if we see that there's attendance deficiencies. We recognize that there's layers of support that have to be implemented progressively, and that none of it is punitive, but in the end is caring and embracing. Lastly, on top of all of this, Educational Services is glad to engage in this work with our local partners, our nonprofits, and our sites across the board, because it's a collective response if you're going to meet the needs of the whole child, not an individual. I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zolinardo. And with that, Board President Fong, we hand it back to you.
Thank you, Executive Director Zolinardo. Board, this is an action item, so I'm going to ask for questions, and I'm going to keep you to 2 minutes on your questions. Director Flores.
Thank you, Director Tim Solinardo. In terms of the SARB process that you mentioned, do we have any sort of written guidelines as to how to do it without the punitive part of it? Because I know school districts have in the past used the SARB as a very sort of punitive, way of dictating, or mandating, truant kids to show up to school. So what is our, restorative process? Because I didn't see that and I haven't seen it in terms of the SAR process. And that's my only question.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Flores. I appreciate it. Well, let me start with one piece, which is that the language around SARB notifications are kind of explicitly laid out. And those can have overtones that definitely feel like, is this going to move to some kind of court proceeding? But the key is to make sure that in those meetings, when the family enters, that you begin right away by letting them know that is not the purpose. So you have to set that tone in that individual meeting. Remember, that's progressively way down the road, but you have to make sure you set that explicitly. And Sydney Smith, our director in the subdepartment that oversees attendance and educational services, has explicitly told me that one of her main goals is to make sure that she not only maintains the restorative approaches we've had in the past, like for example, bringing in CAP Sonoma to automatically offer services and supports to students and families. That's like an example that we've done in the past. Have an actual representative sitting there on the SARB board with us. So it's not just school personnel, but it's a community saying we have ways for you to re-engage. We care about you. But she's made an explicit commitment to continuing that and enhancing that during this school year as SARB processes begin again, because there was a pause last year. So it is an intent and the way in which you frame and engage in that with families as they enter the room. Thank you.
Other board members?
Thank you.
We will go to public comment then.
Thank you. And I'm going to, as we have practiced earlier tonight, lower all hands and ask that students who would like to comment on this raise their hands at this time. Any students? And it looks like there are not. So please, any members of the public who'd like to comment on E2, please raise your hands at this time. And Tracy, if you could please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is Tracy Maniscalco, and I'm a teacher at Montgomery High School. And I wanted to comment because I'm hearing this plan, just like I was reading over the superintendent's information about COVID yesterday and the protocols. And these all sound like really good plans unless you're working at Montgomery and you don't have a family engagement facilitator. And we haven't had one for months. All of these things depend on staff to be able to do these jobs. And so with this whole attendance thing, if we don't have a family engagement facilitator, then we don't have that person who is going to be a liaison to families. Our admin team, as I'm sure you've already heard, I was putting kids to bed, so I wasn't listening to the very beginning of the meeting, but our admin are subbing because we have open positions that weren't filled. And apparently some of them have had applicants that were never interviewed. And that's frustrating. And our admin team is stretched super thin because they're having to sub. If they're subbing, how can they reach out to families? And so I feel like there's a lot of plans that sound really good if you have the staff to do the follow through. And so I would really like to see a push to get people in these positions and to get us the support staff we need so that we can be there for our families. Because if we don't have the staff to do this, then we can't do this. So I would really appreciate it if staffing those positions could be a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Veronica Jordan.
Hi, good evening again, Veronica Jordan. I just wanted to attach this to our COVID plan and the concern about incentivizing children to come to school or families to send children to school for fear around attendance in the setting of being ill or mildly ill and in the setting of not having access to testing. So I just want to center that I absolutely believe that children should be in school and If we're asking people to keep kids home from school, then we need to be careful about how we're messaging out to families about what attendance means. And I think that this is a unique year in which really we have to think differently about attendance, and supports my sort of plea from before, which is that we need to offer really easy access to testing so that kids can get back to school as soon as possible and aren't sitting around trying to find a test that then keeps them out of school longer. Thanks.
Thank you. And President Fong, there are no other hands raised.
All right, Director McCormick.
I would like to move the approval of resolution for September Attendance Awareness Month.
I second.
I'd like to make a comment before we take that vote, and anybody else who has a comment too. Thank you, Tim, for that report, Awareness Month attendance. And I just have a question, and this is a question I've had as an educator for forever. And the question bigger, and I know you've thought about this too, and I know Anna has thought about it too, is that, you know, the thing about attendance is that we're trying to get kids to school, doing everything we can to get kids to school. But I think we have to figure out how to get school to the kids. Kids they need different things. This is equity. They have different niches, different ways that they are comfortable in school. All kinds of things are going on. And we really saw that more and more in distance learning during COVID. So how do we figure out different ways to get school to kids? They are not all comfortable at school. So that's a rhetorical question, but it's very important. And I want to see us work in this way as well. Independent study isn't going to do it, but that's what we're figuring out together. Board members, comments? I see no one. Speak up because I can't see you all.
I just had a question about speaking to the previous speaker around unfilled family engagement coordinators or facilitators. How many of those are unfilled currently? And is there anything that we can do as a board, as a leadership team to work on filling those positions? Those are critical.
Would you like me to address that, Dr. Armstrong?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Thank you.
Okay, I did check in today, and I should have made one thing clear, so I apologize for my lack of clarity in my report. So let me answer the question directly and then clarify something. So there are 3 current family engagement facilitators housed at school sites who are currently not filled. And those positions are not filled. So that's the answer to that question. Thank you. What I didn't make clear was that family engagement facilitators I was speaking about are housed and work directly from our district office through a grant provided by Kaiser. And they're the extra layer of support that assumes that the site supports are already in place. So my fault if I did not clarify that distinction, and I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
All right, so that was motioned by Jill McCormick and seconded by, I believe, Director Manieri. Is that right? All right, we can take this vote.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Armstrong and Executive Director Tim Zalunardo. We are moving on to action item E3. It's approval of resolution for September Suicide Prevention Month.
Thank you, Board President Fong. And again, I will invite Dr. Armstrong and Executive Director Mr. Mazzara to address this item.
Perfect. Thank you. It's a pleasure to introduce or bring back Executive Director Steve Mazzara and Eric Lofchi. I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Armstrong, members of the board. We're bringing you our annual suicide resolution. And it's more than just an annual resolution. You know, we want to bring it to highlight some of the needs that we've been discussing for the last year. The suicide prevention in our MTSS world is, of course, the very tip of the social emotional triangle that we're working on. And I want to just take a moment so we can describe for you the things that we're doing. We had a lot of things that were described or were in place in the spring when we built our LCAP. And so we'll let Eric Lofty kind of describe as we hit the ground here in August, what kind of supports are in place and what we plan to do throughout the year. And so with that, I'll turn to Eric Lofty. Eric is our mental health clinical supervisor and runs our school mental health and wellness team.
Good evening, President Fong and Superintendent Trinell and the rest of the board and Santa Rosa City Schools community. It's a pleasure to be here again, talking about suicide prevention. It's an important part of our comprehensive mental health and wellness program. And tonight we are bringing a resolution for consideration that acknowledges September as Suicide Prevention Month, reminding our community that suicide is a leading cause of death among youth and that suicide is a uniquely tragic and uniquely preventable phenomenon. This resolution reminds us that each and every one of us has a responsibility to do our part in preventing suicide. Increasing suicide awareness during and sharing information about suicide prevention is an important part of our approach to preventing suicide throughout the year. It's important to understand that mental health advocacy is, and stigma reduction are important steps in suicide prevention, and those need to occur throughout the system at the tier 1 level, and that really want to minimize the challenges that we face through having better climate, widespread awareness of suicide prevention, and effective responsive services for students when there are crises. We have drastically increased our mental health resources in response to COVID in the last over the last few years, starting really with the 2017 fires, utilizing funding from multiple stakeholders in order to have a much more robust approach to mental health needs and allowing us to be responsive to suicidal and psychiatric crisis. As the county has reduced their services, we've had to drastically increase ours. So this September being Suicide Prevention Month is like the first step in acknowledging the annual approach to mental health awareness and prevention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lofty and board members. As we discuss, I think we're all familiar with our social emotional learning and our ideas we do in classrooms. We'll take any questions around that. There's more of the reports and data that we'll be bringing to you throughout the year. We'll be doing an update before December of a universal screener that we'll be implementing here in late September into October. And that'll be kind of the first real glimpse of what we're seeing as impact coming back from COVID. And so that'll take any questions from the board.
All right, board questions? I see no hands. Been missing anybody? Speak up.
Director Flores.
I'm raising my hand. So thank you. And thank you for mentioning the universal screener here. I know, Eric, that you reported on COVIDality a while back, and we're not doing COVIDality, we're doing Panorama. COVIDality did not have the ability to assess for suicidal ideation. Does Panorama has the ability to do that as a universal? If we're going to implement Panorama, does it have the ability to assess for suicidal ideation?
Director Flores, the reason why we did not go with COVIDality was because it didn't give us the ability to drill down and do comparisons against our subgroups.
I know that was one of the reasons, but another reason COVIDality doesn't have the ability to check for suicidal ideation. It's got a high risk, right, but not suicidal ideation. So since Director Missoura talked about using our universal screener, so I'm asking if Panorama has the ability to assess for suicidal ideation as a tool?
Yeah, we're not advocating doing suicidal ideation screening as part of a universal screener.
Okay.
We want to make sure that that is being done in the context of relationships on our campuses as a way to make sure that when we have concerns about a student, those concerns are not being communicated effectively through a computer program or a screener, that we're able to manage and maintain the risk that occurs in a particular setting. So we aren't and haven't proposed utilizing a universal screener as a suicidal assessment. And I wouldn't probably recommend that we do that, because if we have students telling us that they are at risk and we're not able to respond in a way that is timely and effective, that could really cause some pretty scary outcomes.
Okay. So I just want to clarify that. Then when you report about the universal screener, can you make sure that you explain that a little bit more clearly, Director Missouri? Because right now it sounds like you were going to use the universal screener as a way to see if there is a high risk of suicidal ideation. So, but thank you.
Okay, but certainly we'll clarify that and show the risk factors and what it presents.
All right, this is open for public comment at this point.
If there are any students that would like to comment on item E3, please raise your hand at this time. Students? And now we will open it up for general public comment. If there are any members of the public who'd like to comment on item E3, please raise your hand at this time. President Fong, there are no hands raised.
Any further comments, board? Director Manieri?
I just wanted to make the motion to approve this resolution for September Suicide Prevention Month. And then I also have a comment.
Second.
Thank you. What's that comment, Director Manieri?
I just really want to appreciate all of the work that our district is doing to prioritize the mental and health well-being of our students. I think that especially, I mean, we have a very large percentage of students of color, and in a lot of our cultures, we don't talk about these things. And so I'm really grateful that we're having this conversation, and I'm sure that there are other conversations happening in classrooms, and that we're starting to really do something about this. And as someone who struggles with anxiety and depression, I'm just really glad that that our students are hopefully in safe environments in our district. And so I keep saying that I'm really grateful for it, but I say that with all my sincerity. So thank you to the staff who's doing this work for our students.
I will also add that school staff are first responders. You know your kids, you pay attention to them, and you know how to figure out what's going on, because we never get over a suicide. All right, we ready for that vote? That was motioned by Director Manieri and seconded by Director McCormick.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. Thank you very much, Eric. And Steve Missouri. Thank you. We are on E4. This is a discussion item, deferred maintenance and capital improvement update.
Thank you, President Fong. I welcome Deputy Superintendent Edson, and if we could bring over Director Eric Oden into the space.
He's on his way over.
Thank you. And I'll hand it over to Deputy Superintendent Edson.
Thank you. Where is, there's Eric, and Dave is on his way too. Good evening again, President Fong, members of the board. Tonight, we are bringing forward a discussion item on our deferred maintenance and capital improvement update. This is to show how monies, leftover monies, if you will, from our RRM, routine restricted maintenance, or our 8150 account that we routinely talk about at budget updates, is used to take on projects that cannot be accomplished during the year, may need updates or replacement based on years of service. With that, Eric Oden, Director of Maintenance and Operations, is going to present on the deferred maintenance plan. And then I'll add some comment at the end about the importance of what this work is, along with the work that we've completed through both Measure I and L as a way to tackle large scale, costly deferred maintenance projects that our normal revenue sources could not accomplish based on available state funding and our budget over the course of several decades where some of this work needed to be done. So with that, I'll introduce Eric Oden, and he will be sharing his screen with the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Can you see the screen? Hear me okay? Okay, great. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Edson, President Fong, Superintendent Chanel, and members of the board. Today, I'm here to talk with you about deferred maintenance and how we and the maintenance and operations deal with a backlog of infrastructure issues within Santa Rosa City Schools. What is deferred maintenance? Facilities require routine maintenance and repair to keep them in acceptable condition and to preserve and extend their useful lives. When such maintenance is delayed or does not occur, we refer to this as deferred maintenance. It is the repair of infrastructure and assets that gets backlogged due to a lack of funding or other budget limitations. Funding for the deferred maintenance comes from the routine restricted maintenance budget. RRM funds are 3% of the total Santa Rosa City Schools annual expenditures. All salaries and benefits for maintenance employees are paid for by the RRM budget. All materials or contractors used to install new equipment are also paid from the RRM budget. We do anticipate a carryover balance from year to year as funds are not run down to zero by the end of June. Our goal in maintenance and operations is to try to make sure, as best we can, to have funds available throughout the year in case of emergency issues that may arise late in the budget year. If all of the year's budget is not used, that money will get rolled over to the next year's budget. These rollover funds are what we use to pay for the deferred maintenance items from year to year. When looking at projects from the deferred list to fund for the next year, we make a budget assumption of $300,000 from last year's anticipated rollover funds. Typically, all facilities follow a similar pattern whereby operating costs and the need for significant capital renewals change as the facility ages. Here we show some standard lifespans for things that often come up in our district. Visually, interior finishes such as carpet and paint can help make a classroom look very old when past their lifespan. Just adding new flooring and paint in a room can make things seem like you're in a brand new building. With proper preventative maintenance, a typical HVAC system can last up to 30 years. Due to lack of funding and other issues, the district's HVAC had become very old and its control system unreliable. We are fortunate that we have 2 bond measures to help us with this critical infrastructure need. More than half of our school district sites now have new HVAC and control upgrades, helping to make for a better learning environment. Our job in the Maintenance and Operations Department is to keep up on yearly preventative maintenance and regular filter changes to keep this equipment running for the next 30 years. The picture here is of the new epoxy floor at the Slater Middle School boys' locker room. The existing floor tile was more than 30 years old and it was missing so many tiles and grout that it was not able to be cleaned properly. It also had made the entire area look old and dirty. With the new floor, you can see how nice it will be for those students and staff to be in this area, as well as how clean the custodial staff will now be able to keep it. Here we are showing cost versus lifespan. In this case, we are using carpeting as our example. As you can see here, the lifespan of carpeting is 15 years. We have approximately 1,200 rooms with carpet in our district. With 1,200 rooms, we would need to replace the carpet in 80 rooms per year to keep up with the typical lifespan. The average cost to have a room's carpet installed is $8,000. This would cost our deferred maintenance budget over $600,000 a year in just carpet. Obviously, this is more money than we can allocate from year to year for just carpet in the district. So we look to make carpet last longer by other methods. The best thing that we have done when installing new carpet was to add a walk-off mat at each room's exterior door. This mat helps catch 90% of what's on your shoes before you hit the carpet. We are also updating our custodial carpet cleaning equipment. This new equipment can clean carpets faster and easier with a dry soap instead of injecting water into the carpet to clean it. As you can see, with just this one issue, we are fighting an uphill battle. A lot of the issues we have in our district are from years of not having a deferred maintenance program and trying to set aside funds to deal with these issues year to year. This flow chart shows what happens to a typical work request. Those requests that we cannot get to end up in the deferred maintenance list. Some things are added to the deferred list that do not come from a work request. Sometimes we see things while on a site visit or while we are there looking at other issues. As part of this program, the maintenance manager and I are working our way around the district, trying to identify facility issues. We will take these issues and add them to our deferred maintenance document if they are items that are not immediate safety issues. These are examples taken from the deferred maintenance document. The document is too large to show on a slide in its entirety. On this slide, you can see an example of some elementary issues that have been done, are being done, and are one of the future issues to tackle. Here are a variety of issues at these particular sites. They range from flooring to tables, playgrounds to restrooms. These are just a portion of the deferred list from these sites, as the list can be fairly long. We have talked about how things end up on the deferred list, but how do we decide on what can be done from year to year? Our department's main priority is safety. The major safety issues are usually taken care of at the time they are reported. If they do not present an immediate hazard, we may need to wait until the summer to schedule the work to be done if it may disrupt the school day. Similar to the last slide, this is from 3 of our middle schools. As you can see from the list, we added some new pole gates last year at Comstock to keep unwanted vehicles out of the parking areas on weekends and holidays. We are also replacing some flooring at Santa Rosa Middle School. This slide shows some work at 3 of our high schools. This is a nice small snapshot of 3 high schools that shows completed project from the last 2 years and some things happening this summer, next year, and into future years. Here we show some maintenance issues that are prevalent in our high schools with a dollar total from the deferred list for these particular issues. Many gutters are in need of replacement. The picture here is from Elsie Allen High School. We also need some new countertops in our schools. Most are original to the school or from a modernization project years in the past. Portable siding continues to be an issue in the district and at many high schools. This is a picture of some siding at Pioneer High School that needs to be replaced. High schools also have theaters that require some facility needs. Most seating is original to the school and some replacement is necessary. Flooring replacement is a common theme in the district and at most middle schools. This picture shows some flooring at Comstock Middle School. It's hard to see from the picture, but the flooring is bubbled and coming up. As I mentioned before, portable siding is an issue everywhere, including here at CCLA. We have thousands of doors, both interior and exterior, in our district. As you may be able to imagine, we also have many needs when it comes to hardware or doors. This picture is from Rankin Valley Middle School. And continuing on the flooring theme, this is carpet from a room at Slater Middle School. Again, we do have a lot of flooring in our district. This is a picture of Hidden Valley Elementary. The room has both vinyl coated tile flooring and carpet in the room. Play structures are at every elementary site, and some are in need of new parts or replacement altogether. This is a picture from Steel Lane Elementary. This slide shows both a picture of some carpet with tape holding the seams at Burbank Elementary and a picture of the replacement of cafeteria tables and flooring in the multi-purpose room at Helen Lehman Elementary we had done last year. You can see how nice a room can look with new flooring, tables, and paint. These last slides show what projects are listed to try and get done during the school year and summer of 2021-2022. Safety remains our main priority, as well as funds available. For this upcoming year, we will be prioritizing some elementary projects such as new cafeteria tables at Brook Hill Elementary, multi-purpose room flooring at Burbank, the new ramps for the portables at Helen Lehman. We are also adding new drains near the playground of the Santa Rosa Arts Charter to help with the accumulation of water that happens, creating a mud hole at the playground. New flooring always dominates the list from year to year, as you can see. We will be replacing flooring at both CCLA and Comstock Middle School. On this last slide, we are installing a new pull gates at Pioneer High School to keep cars out of the lots on nights and weekends. And we are also replacing the aisle lights at Maria Carrillo High School with new LED lights as a safety issue during performances. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'd like to introduce and bring in our maintenance manager, Dave Harden, at this time to help me answer any questions you may have.
Director Oden, thank you very much for that really thorough report. And I'm sorry if I am wrong, but this has been one of the best deferred maintenance reports I've seen.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, President Fong.
Unless you did it last year and it was as
No.
good. Sorry. Board questions? Yes, Director Flores.
Thank you, Director Oden. That was very thorough. Is there a way to bundle like projects together that will be done at a given location or in a given timeframe window over multiple sites, as to minimize the number of contracts to be administered, maximizing the opportunity for lower pricing through bulk purchasing power?
Yeah, we use, last year we did a CMAS contract to bulk buy carpeting, right? So we bulked together, I think it came to the board, 6 months or so ago, of about 7 different schools with all the different classrooms bulked together to help keep our costs down, as well as, utilize a discount for installation.
That's a yes. Thank you. So I'm assuming that's something that we're looking into for this.
Very, very much so.
All right. Thank you.
Anyone other questions? I'm going to open it.
I was just going to make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
All those in favor?
I second that.
Thank you for that. Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Well, let's open this to public comment.
Apologies for that. Had to get my mic. If there are any students who are awake and would like to comment on this, please raise your hands. And we are opening it to the general public. Any members of the public who would like to comment on E4, please raise your hand at this time. There are no hands raised.
Board members, any comments? I will say this to my fellow board members. As we really think about our budget and we think about our facilities and we look at, and you saw very clearly tonight what is on the what was that, RRM? What was that, Eric?
Yes, routine restricted maintenance.
Routine restricted maintenance, and just keeping up with that and looking at our deferred maintenance list, which is like just growing longer and longer. And then looking at the bond dollars that we had, which took care of everything that was on both those lists, and looking at our facilities master plans per school and for the district. Catch up is impossible. It's like we're running faster and faster, and we're getting further and further behind. So we will be needing, since the state is not really stepping up to taking care of their school buildings, we will be needing to look at going back to our public, who are looking at their property tax bills and looking at all the money they pay for schools, that when we need to be proactive about this, and we need to start soon. So let's just keep that in our heads. We have to take care of our schools. Anything else? All right. Did I have a motion on this?
Discussion item.
Oh, this discussion item. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Anything else from Deputy Superintendent Rick Edson or Superintendent Trunell on this?
I'm good, thank you.
Nothing more for me. Thank you. Just thanking Eric and Dave for joining us tonight. Great job.
Yes, thank you. I just will let you know that our Director of Manieri needed to leave, so we still have a quorum of 5 of us. We are now moving on to consent items, and we are going to be, we pulled 10 and 11, so we're going to be voting on 2 through 9 at this point. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to move to approve consent items F2 through 9.
Second.
Thank you. That was Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield, I think.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Manieri.
She is not here.
Okay. Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye, thank you. All right, let's take a look at F10. This is the approval of Project Wayfinder services. Superintendent Trunell or Dr. Armstrong, do you want to speak to this for just a second to explain it?
Oh, thank you so much. So in an effort to continue thinking about how we grow our practices for social emotional learning, Project Wayfinder is a program that is being utilized at least one of our high schools now for multiple years. It's been piloted at a couple of other that I know for a fact has been piloted previously at a couple of our schools. We introduced the concept to our administrators during the last school year and brought it back to them during our leadership launch at the beginning of this school year, so that we can continue to grow opportunities for students to have tools and our educators to have tools for more social emotional learning exposure. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Armstrong for any other details.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Trunell. This is really a conversation about 2 priorities, the whole person focus and then equity and excellence. One of the key features of, and it was talked about earlier, of using Panorama as our universal screener is the ability to do pre and post tests on how our students are doing, and not only for the mental health, but also for the social emotional learning. And it also is anchored in culturally responsive practices. And so I just wanted to just share a few details and then of course see what other questions you have. But one of the ways that we will know that Wayfinder is an effective program or curriculum to use is through the pre and post survey, as well as being able to collect feedback, which will be quarterly from the teacher surveys. And then also there will be some listening sessions as well. We feel that any school or teacher that engages with the program, then all of those students will benefit, but particularly students in 7th through 12th grade, where there will be some learning sessions and some resources. And of course, maybe some of the questions you have is, how many schools and who is deciding to do this? What I can share is that all of the schools have opted into the training session that is on August 30th. And I would say all but 2 schools have actually filled out the interest survey for the core curriculum, which anchors on belonging and purpose. And so I don't know how much you know about Wayfinder, but the lessons can range from 5 minutes to 30 minutes. They're set up so that teachers can unpack them. And I mean, it can be done once a day, once a week. It can be done once a month or every other month. It could be for the opening rituals, closing rituals, some of those focus activities. It could be mindful activities that are used. There are 26 total lessons that can be delivered in a 30-minute session. So that gives you an idea of how one could unpack. And then another question that you may have is, what are the next steps? And, how will we know where to go next? There will be a committee that will meet 3 times this year to discuss, debrief, analyze, and recommend next steps to Superintendent Trinnell. And our hope is that our teaching body, that our students benefit from the curriculum, but that they find it useful, and it could be curriculum that we use moving forward. But at this point, the recommendation is on the proposal to be able to the contract. So not a recommendation on the core curriculum. And it's an opt-in pilot. So schools have that option to opt in into the work.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. And I will just make a few comments about this. It's not a small chunk of change, $142,000, 500, and it sounds like a really solid program. And I know that Curio was working on this program with Katie Barr, who is now in charge of this program. And I believe that it did well at Curio. They had it for more than 2 years, maybe, or something. So we believe strongly in SEL. We do. I'm very proud of this district that we do. But also we know in systems that the implementation gap is always where we fall down. And so if it's voluntary and only some people are doing it, granted, those students will be benefiting from it. But I think we need to take a measure as we are looking at our LCAP dollars, and we are looking at our scarce dollars. Are we getting what we need? How will we assess? And I'm going to expect robust assessment of this program at year's end before we renew. What difference has it made? How many kids were using? How many teachers were using it? How well was it implemented? And we know that it may start slowly and people may kind of get on board as they see success. And I understand that. But I'd like you to continue to keep your eye on as we decide how we spend our very scarce dollars. And we were going to have to cut things. We can't just keep, right? So thank you for that. And we'll be looking for that at year's end.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is open we need an action on this for passing it. And that would be, say, Director Flores, you had a question.
Yeah, I was going to pull this item too, and thank you, President Fong. You asked pretty much verbatim what I had in my notes here, so thank you. Except for one thing that I noticed just tonight. You mentioned all schools opted in except 2, right? So does that mean all staff has opted in to do this, or like?
No. Yeah, great question. That means that the activity library will be available at those sites. Excuse me. the activity library will be available and that teachers will have access to.
So
material.
is there an incentive to make sure that it is implemented, throughout the district? Because if it's, if there, I don't know. I mean, it feels like I'm with President Fong on this one, that we need to make sure that we have ways to assess the efficacy and how successful this is. And I know you mentioned that you were going to use Panorama as a pre and post test. That was another question.
Excuse me.
But if it's implemented haphazardly, just here and there, how effective is it? So that's my comment. And then the other one is it time intensive? I know you mentioned that this is pre-packaged, right? But have we had that discussion as to how much time this will be? How much time is this going to involve from our educators to make sure that it's implemented in their classes? Have we had that discussion yet?
Yes, let me answer both questions. The first one on implementation. So there was an interest survey that went out to site administrators on who would be interested in engaging with some version of the Wayfinder curriculum. And at that time, all of the Millen High Schools expressed interest. And that is what's leading to the August 30th session. And then for prep time, there is no prep, or for the time, there's no prep time. So let me say that. And then again, the lessons are between 5 to 30 minutes. So it varies depending on how involved or how many lessons a teacher is interested in deploying. But the actual prep time for the lesson is 0.
So I'll just put a caveat to that, Dr. Armstrong. So, a teacher will need to take time to decide which of the lessons, mini or expanded, they would like to utilize, which will really be tailored to the needs of the group of students that they're working with and sort of what they're seeing. So I believe that this is going to be expressed in the training. So that our folks will get a sense of what it will cover.
Okay. Anyone else? Director McCormick.
I had a question, President Fong.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director De La Cruz.
Yeah, no worries.
So I'm interested with the combination of Director Lofty's report around kind of screening tools, with this being more of a curricular tool, right? That also could support a screening. Is there a way that we're kind of seeing these things in conjunction with each other? And then my follow-up question to that is, there's a lot of conversation about the use of ACEs screening, to also support people understanding the impact of adverse childhood experiences on people's mental and physical health and to their overall success. And so I'm just, and it feels like there's a lot of different things that we're pulling on, but I'm looking for kind of a center here. And I'm wondering, and then I feel like also what's floating around in my head is that we've done a lot of work around ethnic studies, and we're also challenged in many ways around implementation of that across our district as a whole and supporting teachers to develop that curriculum. And so there feels like there's a lot of kind of culturally responsive work that we're doing, but it feels kind of piecemeal. And like we're trying a lot of different things and seeing what sticks. And I would really love to see how we're either consolidating a couple of approaches and sticking to those across the district and really pushing implementation, rather than continuing to spend like little chunks of change on pilots and not giving, or I'm not assuming that we're not giving support around ethnic studies or not, implementing ACEs screening across the district. But I'd love to understand a little bit about the balance, because there are choices and a limited amount of time in teachers' days.
Yeah, great question. So the power, and I know that we're going to bring forth Panorama at a future date, but I just want to speak to this for a second. The power of Panorama is that data dashboard that sits for MTSS. And so being able to survey our total student population in a pre-survey on items that we select, though the questions are already research-based and established, we have a bank to choose from. And so when we choose those survey questions for our pre-tests, we'll then be able to ask those same things in the post. And so when I've used Panorama in my previous settings, I was able to look at the data and what was reported for sale and layer that over, for instance, students who were on track with A through G, students who were receiving DNF marks, students who had a high incident rate with behavior, or students who weren't attending, and then being able to disaggregate that information out by location, by program, by grade, by race, really proved to be very valuable data. And so looking at the part that we're using, the SAIL part of that, the MTSS, social emotional learning part of it, we will be able to see on a dashboard how all of our students, who of course took the pre and post survey, are doing as they report. So of course, color coded, like that dashboard, that snapshot in time. And so when we have teachers who engage in curriculum like Wayfinder to do lessons to improve and support students towards being mentally healthy and have increased their emotional intelligence, social emotional intelligence, then we'll have some data that's layered in that we can compare to see, this is how John Doe reported in the fall. Here's some activities that he engaged in. So in the spring, when we run that data through that filter again, what progress have we seen? And even further, when we look at this data by subgroups, what is it saying for all of our populations? And then what is it saying for our subgroups, right? And so we are definitely committed into diving in, not just looking for quick solutions, but really looking for resources that are coachly responsive and comprehensive when it comes to our students' mental health and their social emotional learning. And so my hope is that when we're back before you in the spring, reporting out on Wayfinder, should it be approved, not only will we have the data dashboard data, but we'll be able to tell a story by the numbers that we see as we break it out by subgroups.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Armstrong, because I really do appreciate, the data-driven approach here and the ability for us to assess effectiveness of this particular program. And I'm just wondering, if there's a way for us to expand that dashboard and that look at efficacy over multiple programs and surveying, right? As I think we're like kind of looking at different things. And so to me, the other thing that comes to mind, so much of what kids are experiencing are the results also of institutional and structural racism. And there's actual trauma that is experienced by kids of color. And so, it like the connectivity to being able to contextualize for kids, the historical reasons and the context for why they're feeling that way. And then it occurs to me that there's like and then here are some tools to deal with how you're feeling after you understand the why, right? Like I love the explanation of the data-driven approach that really gets us to look at, how we're doing with these programs. But I would love to figure out a way to layer all of these different tools together with that same kind of dashboard and that way of assessing efficacy.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. This is an action item on a consent. Number 10.
I'd like to move the approval of Project Wayfair Services, E10.
Wayfinder.
Wayfinder, sorry.
Second.
Great. So that was seconded by Director Sheffield first.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Manieri. Oh, is she back? Nope.
No.
Okay. Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President Fung.
Aye, thank you. That passes. Thank you very much, Dr. Armstrong. Director Manieri pulled item F11, and it's a very simple thing. It is a typo. And I just want to direct Superintendent Trunell to the memorandum of contract. In the first paragraph, third line, we just have to fix, it's not the Santa Rose High School District. That's all.
Thank you. Yes, duly noted. And if the board, if it pleases the board to approve it with the correction, we can move forward.
I'd like to move to approve the MOU with the correction.
I'll second.
Okay, so thank you. That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President Fung.
Aye, thank you. We're moving on to the approval of the minutes. G1 held on August 11th, 2021.
Move to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting held on August 11, 2021.
Second.
And that was a motion by Jill McCormick and seconded by Director Flores.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
President Fung.
Aye, thank you. Those pass. Are there any board member requests for information tonight?
I just want to make sure that we've reflected the need for COVID testing and positivity and quarantine, et cetera, data at some board meeting in the future.
Superintendent Trunell, is that clear for, do you have any questions about?
Absolutely. No, I am clear and we will follow up.
All right, so before we close, Superintendent Trunell, do you have any last comments?
For those who are still with us tonight, I just want to acknowledge just how much of a challenge we are facing and continue to face. And every day I see hope in the people who work so hard to serve our students and families. And I see and hear the hope from our parents that they are sending their children into an environment where they can get back to the learning and growing. And I know that our educators want that too. So even though we have work to do, please know that we are doing it and that we will continue to do it so that we continue to serve in the best way we can to ensure a safe, reliable learning environment for everyone.
And I will close with this, that our superintendent, our associate superintendent, and our assistant superintendent, Dr. Armstrong, Mr. Shepherd, Superintendent Trunell, your steep learning curve since just July 1st into COVID and getting us up to speed. Also with Deputy Superintendent Rick Edson's help. Thank you for this team. You're drinking from a fire hose in a changing environment. Thank you for everything you do. And I know that we are getting there. And everything that people are telling us, we need to listen to. And I know you are listening to them because we need to figure out, what is really happening on the ground, because it makes a difference for each and every child that we teach and each and every staff member that works here at our district. So thank you. And with that, good night, everyone. We are adjourned and it is 10:06.
Night all.
Good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night.